where some lean or Kaizen events might be helpful. And that would be to identify potential means of streamlining. I would point out for those two activities, that does include stakeholders as part of the process. So we gather the outside input. The other thing we've done some work on already, and we have others ongoing, is electronic permitting and project tracking. For example, the Water Quality Division, they've already implemented an electronic permitting system for their Wyoming Pollution Discharge Elimination System, WIPTES. The underground injection control and the water and wastewater permitting programs are working to incorporate that in theirs. That should be done in 2024. The Solid and Hazardous Waste Division is looking to incorporate that same type of database, so there's consistency across those two divisions. And also from my personal experience, I can say the Industrial Siting Division is also looking to incorporate something similar that's there. So we do have some things in play that we hope on down the road will start improving that permitting process, but there will take some time on those as well. But again, I want to emphasize, it's not to say that we can't do more or this is all we need to do, but that's our starting point.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I've been spending some time in Southwest Wyoming with my delegation from down here and meeting because there's so much happening right now, especially in this part of the state, all parts of the state, but especially over here. And meeting with some of the stakeholders, one of the concerns was permitting process. Is that going to slow the process up? We have some people who are developing some businesses. They're concerned that they're not going to be up and running because we're backlogged in permitting. Do you think these changes you've just described will address these concerns?
Mr. Chairman, well, first, if there are concerns about permitting backlog, that is going to be one of my primary focus areas now. So if there are concerns, I would encourage them to reach out to me directly. Because if we hear the specifics, it might be easier for us to work on. Now, some of the projects in Southwest Wyoming, the electronic permitting, et cetera, may not be helpful on a timing basis. For example, we met with the Project West folks yesterday and looked at their schedule. So some of the electronic permitting items will be happening while they're, those changes while they're looking to move ahead. But in the meantime, we look to reach out with our division staff and work directly with them and help try to move them through the process. And you're right, Mr. Chairman, Southwest Wyoming is extremely busy. And as the industrial siting administrator, I got to see that firsthand. And what I can commit to is we'll do what we can to move the process along.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. We got business at hand and we're ready to do business. We got to do it right, but we got to get it through the system. So
correct.
Okay. Thank you. Committee questions. So go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Deputy Director, thank you as well. Quick question for you. One of the challenges that the constituency has on permitting specifically is knowing where it's at in the time frame or the timeline. Is there a way in this electronic methodology to be able to tell what step it is and who has it, what process is next? Because once it goes into the permitting black hole, we don't know anything until we proactively call or engage to determine where it's at, if there's any issues, et cetera. Will this electronic system allow us some sort of a balance to be able to see specifically who has it, where it's at, and or any comments that we can address proactively as opposed to waiting for a letter and or communication? As Senator Dockstader has pointed out, it is unbelievably challenging now as we look at Southwest Wyoming and the multitude of projects that are going forth, and our competitive advantage is declining with the inability to understand the timing of the permit, how long it's going to take, and where it's at in the process. So I open that up for your reply.
Mr. Edwards.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is a very good question. So thank you for that. The electronic permitting is both to allow permits to be processed electronically, but it also enhances the internal tracking. So the way the system is set up, as I understand it, and Mr. Chairman, I need to get more heavily into that as well. But my understanding is it has trigger points. So when it reaches a certain point and somebody signs off on it, it's automatically forwarded. But it also increases the transparency because it's intended that anybody could access the system and identify where something is in the system at any given point in time. And so that's my understanding at this point from that process, because it's an internal control option or opportunity as well to make sure we don't lose sight of something. Because previously everything went email back and forth or by letter. And so there's always delays on some of those points that if we can even eliminate that part, it should be even a minor benefit just to eliminate the paper.
Follow up?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And a follow-up, Deputy, is a question. You have listed on your website currently the timeframes in sort of a spreadsheet that talks about the timing generally for whatever it is, AQD, New Air, whatever the NSR, whatever the case is. Will that tighten up at all with this new system? We'll be able to process things more quickly, or will that timing that's listed already remain the same?
Go ahead.
And I can, since you mentioned air, I'll initially respond and then I'll ask Nancy to step in. Air quality does have already an electronic permitting process called Impact. One of the areas that folks need to understand is the timing and the time frame for certain types of permits are not necessarily dictated by the state, but they're dictated by let's say EPA timelines and regulations. So there are certain activities that we can't jumpstart and move past because of that. So I don't know if Nancy would have something to add on that from the air quality perspective.
Nancy?
Mr. Chairman, on the permitting on the electronic streamlining, we implemented our impact system a few years ago. And before that, we had a paper system. Under the paper system, switching to electronic permitting, it shaved 3 weeks off by that process. So we know it can work. Right now, the challenge in air quality division is we don't have sufficient staff because we have vacancies. We have the positions, we haven't been able to get them filled. We appreciate the legislature having increased the salaries, and the governor's office increased the salaries, and we'll see that being implemented with paychecks this month. So we're hoping that will help us on the recruitment. In the permitting side, we've had a 50% vacancy. And so that's the big hang up right now with air quality permitting is we don't have the people to look at the applications to come in. And so they sit in the system. It is trackable, so you can see where they sit. Sometimes it's at my level and sometimes it's down at the permitting level just because of that staffing situation.
Answer it for your representative. You good? Over here, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the staffing circumstance, there was some increase through the budget in terms of salaries, but mostly that was to try and keep up with inflation. And I think we ended up still pegging slightly below what inflation took away. Where are those positions market competitive based on the salaries that they're being posted at? Or are those still positions that realistically, if you want to be attracting a large number of applicants, should be effectively reassigned or redesigned in terms of their salaries to meet the market demand?
Are we competitive, either one of you?
Mr. Chairman, if you'll harken back to one of my first comments, and that is all the rule changes that EPA is doing. With all the rule changes, everybody is scrambling to get highly qualified air quality professionals to work. Wyoming is in competition with EPA, with industry, and with other states as we scramble to get the expertise to satisfy the requirements. For example, in the modeling area, and when I'm done blathering, I'll turn it over to Nancy for some specifics, but with the modeling, we're nowhere near competitive to attract a modeling capability. And so folks are offering a whole lot more money just simply because that skill set is in such high demand. The 18 positions that Nancy was referring to, some of those have been vacant for over a year. So even with the good work of the governor and the legislature to address the salary issues, it doesn't address that little niche that is affecting our operations.
Answer for you, Senator.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, quick follow-up. So if there's 18 positions open, I, for the November meeting, I don't think you probably have the detail right now, but I would certainly like to see, and I think the committee would benefit from seeing maybe a little bit of an analysis on those job postings, what salary range we're offering, and what the market median would look like, what EPA is offering, so that we understand that better going into the budget session, because this is a problem that I think we've been hearing more and more about. If we're getting to the point where we, the state, are holding back economic development, industry permitting, and all of the operations, not just here in Southwest Wyoming, but around the state, this committee needs to understand that and then probably try and take some action on it. So that would be valuable if we could see a one pager on that.
And if we could get that sooner than later while it's fresh on our minds, because we'll have to start warming up our friends on committee too. Yeah, you tossed it a moment ago, so.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just do want to note that that was a topic of considerable discussion at the Joint Appropriations Committee meeting. And the governor and Todd and the legislature are working to address some of that, because like I said, it was clearly on the radar of the Joint Appropriations Committee as well. So Nancy,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I would add to what, this is my first time saying it, Deputy Director Edwards has to say is on the modeling. Last year, the legislature gave the Air Quality Division some funding to hire a contractor. We're in that process right now. We finished the RFP and we're in the actual contracting process. So hopefully by August sometime, we'll have the contract all signed, and that will really help with some of these big projects because we can't move forward with them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good senator's absolutely right. We slow up economic development if we don't have the right people in place. Anything else? Members of the committee, right here.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thanks for your testimony. And I'm just curious, we have 18 positions. Is there private sector people that can do this effectively? And if so, why don't we just sub this out? And is that not an option? Thanks.
Go ahead.
In terms of the private sector, there are people that can do this type of work at a much greater cost. And that's why when we're we have a budget in terms of trying to get things done at the Air Quality Division. The private sector work that when we go into contracts, like the modeling contracts, they're in the $100, several hundreds per dollar per hour, which is many magnitudes greater than what we're charging right now for a state employee on our permitting is $75 an hour. So that's a cost industry would have to bear. We have had at least one company decide to go that route. And it's an option that we can explore further with them on an individual basis.
Representing that cover it for you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have we tried putting it out for bid, just on the open market and say X amount per permit and try to look at it on that magnitude and just see if we can get a exact cost per permit and see if we can negate some of that hourly cost?
Go ahead, either one.
Mr. Chairman, we have, and Nancy can fill in the detail because this is an area I'm not totally up to speed on yet, but I do not believe we've gone out for the RFP, but we've reached out and contacted several of the companies. I would note again too, that this again is a highly competitive area, not only for recruiting staff, but for the consulting firms that have expertise and work in that area. They're in high demand right now. So the price reflects the demand and the need. And also some of those companies may have, we would need more than one, because some companies may in fact have contractual relationships with some of the folks who are looking for permits. And we have to be very careful to make sure that we keep that separation and demarcation in the activities we do.
Thank you. Does that cover it? Members of the committee, anything else? Staff, I want to thank you for the tweaking of the tables. Helps with the peripheral vision and you brought some of our members in from outer darkness so I can see them. Very good. Anything else?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Any public comment on this? There being none, let's go to Industrial Siding Commission. Mr. Edwards, you're still in the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can make this fairly quick, although for the Minerals Committee who may not be familiar, I have one little bit of background relative to the industrial siting process that might be helpful. The industrial siting process actually has two components. When an application is received, it is received, processed, and heard by the council under 35-12-101 through 119. That's the permit action. The council actually holds what they call a bifurcated hearing, where the first part is to consider the application and determine whether or not they will approve or deny the application. The second half of the hearing is to assess the impact assistance. So they consider that is a separate process, and that's under 39-15-111, the sales tax. So relative to the changes that were done last year, that pertains to the second part of the council process. The changes that were adopted by the legislature in 2022 went into effect in July of last year. And the changes primarily were the three-tiered system for the maximum amount of impact assistance. 350 million or less was 2.25 would be the maximum. That's the percentage of the construction cost. 350 to 850 is 2. Any project over 850 million was 1.5. The council has the ability for those projects under 350 million to increase the maximum impact assistance to 2.76. But if they elected to do that, they have to submit a report within 10 days to the Joint Appropriations Committee. Since July 1 of last year, 5 permits have been approved: 2 wind, 1 solar with battery energy storage, and recently the new gold mine. So of those, when you look at the amount of impact assistance the council awarded, let me back up just a bit. When a project is proposed, the local government jurisdictions have the opportunity to make requests to the council for what they consider unmitigated impacts that they will feel associated with any particular project. So the council reviews those. Of the 5 that have been approved, the amount of impact assistance as a percentage of what the maximum is ranges from 13% to 54%. So that's how much was awarded based upon the maximum. The average for the 5 was 45% of what the maximum was. There is an annual report requirement. And the first project that will have an annual report required, that report would be required in November. But unfortunately, that project hasn't started construction yet. No impact assistance has been awarded, so they'll have to file a report, but it'll just be that there was no funding yet. We have worked very closely with the County Commissioners Association on the base, back to the subject of streamlining. We worked very closely to get an annual report form that would be real simple for county and town clerks to fill out. It's basically just a fillable PDF. They can fill it out as they expend the money. And then all they have to do at the end of that report year is click it and send it to us, and we'll gather the data for the council. So we feel pretty good. We've streamlined that process to make it simple for the local governments, we believe, and the county commissioners that we worked with seem to share that opinion. So.
Okay, good to hear you working with the counties. Thank you. Committee? All right, there being none. Check on public comment for this. There being none. All right. Okay, that was essentially report. Commission update. Oh, go ahead. We have representative. It's all yours.
Mr. Chairman, I just didn't want to miss the opportunity to address House Bill 47 and impact assistance payments that Mr. Edwards just referred to.
You want to blend into what we're going to do with the next bill then? Stay right where you're at.
Okay.
I'm gonna have Brian join you for that too. You can sit there. Because that's the next bill then is local impact assessment payments. And we need your knowledge there. Brian, do you want to explain this bill to us? And while you're doing that, you're welcome to stay, you know.
We enjoyed having.
Yeah. Representatives, did I miss any other legislators in the audience? I should have acknowledged. All right.
Okay.
So Ryan, before he does that, I'll just say, been meeting with my delegation down here and we're talking about the different things that we can do in a very rapidly growing area for everything that's happening in the energy industry. And this was one of the solutions that we came up with. So I had Brian prep this and bring it back with a change. And with that, Brian, if you'd explain it to the committee.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, 24 LSO 79 local impact assistance payments. This is 3-02 in the online meeting materials. This is a draft, Mr. Chairman, that you commissioned for this meeting. And in summary, this draft changes and increases the maximum allowable amount of local impact assistance payments, regardless of the amount of the total estimated materials costs, to 2.76% of those costs. So in effect, it would basically reverse the 3 tiers that was created of impact assistance payments that was created in 2022 House Bill 47, and goes back to the 2.76%. In the bill itself, page 3, line 22, just adds back in the 2.76%, and then the majority of page 4 and the top of page 5 strikes the language for those 3 tiers of payments. The same happens for use taxes on page 9. Just reinserts the 2.76% and strikes the 3 tiers of payments that are currently available. Then page 12 of the bill specifies that this act would apply only to impact assistance payments for industrial facility permit applications that are received on and after the effective date of this act. And this would be effective immediately. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Committee questions? Again, folks, this was put together working with the delegation down here looking for solutions. Have some very exciting things happening in the Southwest as well as out in Converse. We've got the rare earths up in the Northeast. There's a lot happening in Wyoming. With that, Representative Stith, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to speak in support of the draft bill. I think we're going to have a lot of impacts here in Sweetwater County and over in Lincoln County in the next 3 to 5 years. I think it makes sense because what this draft bill would do would give the Industrial Siting Council the discretion to make the decisions of what are the actual impacts. I understand the intent of House Bill 47 from last year, from 2022. I understood that it can happen, that you can have a development that doesn't have a lot of impacts, but nonetheless has high materials costs. So if you have a big wind farm that comes in, it's possible that there might be a windfall to the county. That's in the rearview mirror for Sweetwater County. However, if we're doing a new greenfield trona mine, you saw yesterday just what a massive operation those are. And if we have 1,200 new construction workers that show up temporarily in the county, there'll be very significant impacts on that for the infrastructure. So I think it makes sense to allow the Industrial Siting Council to have the authority to award up to the 2.76 cents of the statewide 4 cents sales tax. One suggestion I would have, however, is there's a timing issue. That is, the workers arrive, they show up, they start impacting your community right away, but then there's a lag on when the sales tax payments come in. To me, it would make sense to have a mechanism where at the option of the local governmental entity that it could effectively borrow against the expected to impact assistance payments as approved, so that they would get the funding up front. Because we're going to face here are county roads that need to be maintained, new roads that may need to be built, and roads are very expensive line items.
Very good. Questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative Studd, question for you. How does this impact those counties who may not have a large industrial facility coming in? As an example, maybe there's a county in between that are utilizing the roads between two industrial areas that is in another county. Can they apply for this? I mean, is this equitable across the state for all counties?
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conrad, I think it makes sense to tailor the impact assistance to where the impacts actually are. So you may have a development in Lincoln County and Kemmer that will have impacts in Sweetwater County. And it does make sense to have a mechanism. I think the details of that would get complicated quickly. But if the focus is on, making sure that this is not intended to be some windfall for the local governmental entities, it's intended to address the actual expected impacts. So if there were a mechanism, frankly, I think the Industrial Siting Commission, which is, council, which is very professional, they could, if they could have the discretion to, adjust revenues so that it addresses where the impacts actually occur, that would make sense to me.
Follow up. Okay. Further questions? Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Representative Stith, where does this money for these impacts come from?
Go ahead.
Obviously it's the state sales tax. It's 4%. It's from the developers, or from, say, in this example, the Trona Mines point of view, they don't care because they're paying the 4-cent sales tax, statewide sales tax on all their materials, or the use tax, as the case may be. And the 2.76 cents is the state share. And that's the share out of which the impact assistance is generated. So for Trona Mine, it makes a lot of sense for the government because the state government's going to make money on the Trona mines. The state government's going to make money off of every ton of Trona that comes out. So the state will get its money back by having the Trona mine expand. So it's not a zero-sum game for the state. The state will actually make money by allowing these its share of the state sales tax to be used for the projects.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
So Representative Stith, is it fair to say that the money for these unmitigated impacts comes out of the general fund?
It does.
So it in
Okay.
effect then affects all of the other counties in the state
Go ahead.
that get no benefit. They end up in effect giving up money.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhardt, the impact over the long run on the general fund is positive from this because these industrial projects are what pays the bills for our state. In our general fund, 50% of all the money in the general fund comes from minerals, as is well known. 50%. That's a big number. And so if we have a project that is a minerals industry project, that is paying the bills for the state. So a county that does not have a large industrial minerals industry related project, they benefit in the long run because more money ends up going into the general fund as a result of having this impact assistance go to the counties.
Thank you. Any further?
No.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Representative. While you're doing that, I was just thinking about how many schools we have across the state, compliments of Gillette Coal on that concept. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Stith, you raised 2 points. First, the percentage change in the bill. And then secondly, something that's not in the bill, but again, I want to talk to you a little bit about, which is the idea of some sort of loaning in advance and the timing issue, which I actually find a little bit really very interesting. And so the idea being that there would be some amount that they would request and I don't know if this could be done through rulemaking or if this is something that has to be changed in the bill, but getting some of that. And I like the concept of borrowing and the fact that it would have requirements to be returned if the project didn't pan out. But could you talk a little bit more about that part of it? And then I would like you to talk about the percentage, because I haven't heard really anything yet about why the percentage as it's already in the bill before these changes here, that the House Bill 47, that as to why that wouldn't be sufficient. I'm not saying it wouldn't. I have no basis to make that determination, but you could address both of those.
Representative Seth, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Representative, you're on, but I don't think we can hear you.
Got a green light, but we can't hear
Yeah.
you. Try the one next to you for a moment. It could be a battery situation.
Mr. Chairman,
There we go.
Representative Lawley, with respect to the timing issue, I think one mechanism that you could set up would be to set aside a certain amount of the legislative stabilization reserve account against which funds could be borrowed. And I think it'd be fair to charge the local community's interest on that. I don't think the money should be free if they're getting it in advance. And then the local communities could determine whether they want to get the money in advance or whether they want to use their own reserves in expectation. So I think you could set up a segment of the LSRA to act as the bank, so to speak, for that kind of financing. With respect to the percentages, I think the assumption behind House Bill 47 was that if you had a really large project, you'd have economies of scale. And so you would not need as large a percentage of impact assistance. I think that's the animating feature of House Bill 47. The problem with that is I think we just guessed that that's true, but we don't know that that's really true. We don't really know if there's an economy of scale. So for instance, on $1 billion of materials costs for a large project in Sweetwater County, the effect of House Bill 47 is to reduce the payments from $27.6 million down to $15 million. That's $12.5 million. So that's quite a difference that House Bill 47 makes for a large project. But there's not really evidence that there will be that kind of economies of scale, because if you have a very large project, you may have what Sweetwater County experienced during various boom times in the past, where the county gets overwhelmed with infrastructure needs. And you're all very familiar with those, that history from the past. So I think leaving it to the Industrial Siting Council makes sense for that reason.
Representative Lawley, to follow up. Okay, co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Representative, you're here. You're obviously getting hit with a number of questions that probably should go to the county commissioners or someone else, but you're in the hot seat. So how do you address the issue of a $1.2 billion project that employs 200 people, power line? It doesn't take a lot of people to build a power line versus a $100 million project that has 1,500 people showing up in town. That's not covered. In fact, the power line would get the money and the impact, which is 1,500 people, gets nothing. How do you address that with this?
Representative.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhart, that's a great question. And I think that's where the legislation should not be too prescriptive. I think there's a positive feature of House Bill 47. And the positive feature of House Bill 47 was that it forces more specific findings, that this really is an impact, that it's not fictitious, that you're not just getting a windfall. So I think that piece of House Bill 47 is positive, and I think you leave it up to a case-by-case determination. Let's imagine as an alternative, let's imagine you don't like this draft bill before the committee. Let's imagine you
Is
don't
it
like
that obvious?
one thing, Mr. Chairman Burkhart, one thing that you could do to tweak House Bill 47 without having to throw it out completely is there's one sentence in House Bill 47 that says if a project is under $350 million, and if the council makes a specific finding on a specific report that 2.25% is not enough, they can increase it to 2.76. What you could do in leaving the three tiers in place still, so that House Bill 47 is still there, is you could just delete that initial introductory phrase so that the council would have the discretion for projects of whatever size to bust over the cap, whatever the cap might be.
Thank you. Representative Heiner, did you have, you have follow-up? Really?
I just had a quick follow-up.
Okay, quick follow-up.
Okay, and you may not, Representative, you may not know the answer to this. I believe it was 3 years ago, power line came through Sweetwater County. Sweetwater County got an ambulance out of the unmitigated reimbursement. Do you happen to know how many ambulance runs that the ambulance made for the power line construction?
Mr.
Go ahead, man. You
Mr.
have that on
Chairman.
the top of your head, right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhart, I know that ambulance is an essential service for our county, and then when people call 911, they expect the ambulance to show up.
Yeah.
That I do know. I don't know how many power line workers may have utilized that service.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I will say you're going to have a lot of people move in, whether they're specifically working on that power line, but they'll be moving in associated with this. We were just having our discussion yesterday as we were touring one of the sites, anticipating people moving in. And they were hiring someone now, and they had a difficult time finding a place to live here already. There are problems associated with this. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Stiff, thank you for being here. We've talked a lot about the impact to local communities, counties, municipalities, and that is a real thing. But is there an impact from these large projects on the state for state highways, state troopers, law enforcement, for schools, things that the state funds out of the general fund and other state revenue? Is there an impact that could be imposed, unmitigated impact that goes to the state to fund?
Representative.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, that's an excellent point. There certainly would be, especially schools is the best example because all of the schools construction is state funded. So if you have a large influx of people and you need to build a new school as a result, that would certainly be an example of that. Wyoming is, I think, as you've pointed out in the past, Wyoming is a bit unusual in that we don't really require the industry to bear any additional burden. That is, there's no separate impact assistance payment that the industry itself actually makes. They're just paying the sales tax that anyone else would pay. So if you wanted to look at the impact on the state, I suppose if you want to advocate for a new tax, you could, Representative Heiner, but I'm not at that position to advocate for a new tax.
Can you follow up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I'm not advocating for a new tax. But if we give the 2.76 of the 4% sales tax, which is the state portion, if we give all of that to the local communities and municipalities, plus the other percentage the counties already retain. So now out of these sales tax revenues, the state retains nothing. So in order to resolve some of those unmitigated impacts on the state, we have to dip into the general fund for money that would be utilized for senior citizens, mental health, and other things. So is it fair to the state to give all of the revenue from the sales tax and still be burdened with the unmitigated impact upon the state?
Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, as you know, the state has a lot of financial shock absorbers built into its system. We have the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. We've got various accounts. The state over the long run makes money off of a Trona mine, makes a lot of money through the severance tax, through the ad valorem tax. And so as a result of that, over the long run, the state's doing very well on that kind of development. It's true in the short term that if the 2.76 cents of the 4 cent of the state share of the 4 cent sales tax goes to the local communities, it's true that there's a hit to the general fund on a temporary basis. So that's a fair point.
Okay, thank you. Any further? All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative, wouldn't you say that impact assistant payments are meant to be a short-term gap, I would say, because we talk about the state revenue that's coming in, but there's also county revenue that's coming in, both from sales tax, ad valorem, all those things. And having come from a county that has seen multiple impacts to our economy, that impact assistance is meant to be a short-term gap because the state does have other mechanisms. You've got the SLIB board, you've got our schools facilities commission. Those are meant to deal with the long-term effects of impact, and even being creative and going to man camps until housing does come into place using other state mechanisms. I hate to see us correct a bill that was worked on already to kind of solve maybe a local issue, because other revenues will come to the county out that. Do you have a comment on that?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Knapp, I think that what animated House Bill 47 was a sound idea. I just think the pendulums has swung a little too far against the local communities in House Bill 47. I think having a correction to it could make sense. And certainly we all know the history that, generally speaking, in say the 1970s and early 80s, Campbell County sort of dealt with its growth in a much more organized fashion, say, than Sweetwater County did back then, right? And so I think we all have a common goal to avoid chaos, because chaos is expensive. It's true that impact assistance do deal with short-term problems, but they are also upfront costs. Roads are very expensive, and it's contemplated here in Sweetwater County that we're going to have substantial additional road expense here. So, Mr. Chairman, if that answers the question.
Does that cover it for you? Okay, over to co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Representative, when you look at this, a number of years ago, industrial siting statutes had a look back feature that said that if in the immediate previous year, you got a windfall of money from a large project, that was calculated into what you could get in the current year on another large project. And specifically, this happened in Carbon County, where you have two very large projects back to back. And to avoid that, I don't want to call it double dipping, but a large influx of money in a very short period of time, this look back feature was included in there. Do you think that should be added into this bill to go back to that feature where on a large project, you look back to determine? And I'll use, for example, one of the Trona mines is considering putting in a project that I believe would be worth about $4 billion. And that, plus you have other projects at other Trona mines that are also very large, not at that level, but large enough to kick into industrial siting. And what that says is that in effect, Sweetwater County would have to look back. And if they got a large amount of money from a project, say this year, next year, anything they submitted for would be smaller. Or maybe they don't even get an amount. You think that should be put back into the statute? It was in there before. It was removed several years ago by the legislature. And do you think it should be put back in as part of this?
Representative, and then right after this, we're going to call for public comment on this and clip right along. So go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Burkhart, I think putting in this statute might tie the hands of the policymakers to some extent, whereas I think if you leave it up to the Industrial Siting Council to make case-by-case determinations, that's more practical, because I think every project in each county is going to have a slightly different impact. In other words, you might have a very large payment from a big project, but it might also come with associated very large costs too. And so I think doing things on a case-by-case basis, and again, one thing positive about House Bill 47 is that it does require the specific findings. You can't just hold your hand out and say, I want the money. The county has to be able to show that these are real impacts and not fictitious.
Thank you, Representative. You carried the water on this one. We appreciate it. Thank you. Public comment? Public comment.
Mr. Chairman,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Senator Jones had a question.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, you want him. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
One more.
Representative Stith, is it important to note, or is it true that not only the temporary jobs coming in, but also we're creating a lot of permanent jobs that will create a lot more funds for the state?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Jones, certainly that's true. I mean, the big picture here is that this economic development's a good thing, and we want it to happen in an organized fashion and avoid chaos. So if the state share of the sales tax goes to the counties with respect to specific materials costs, that in the long run, the state makes money on the deal.
Senator, any follow-up? Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Public comment? Being none. Folks, brought this because I think it's all of our responsibilities to find solutions, whether it's up in Campbell or Converse or down in the Sweetwater country. There's a lot happening, a lot changing. And so we're looking for solutions. And so we brought that up. We can consider this as a committee, or we can find a group to go ahead and do that. Are there any specific desires of the committee right now regarding this? Go ahead.
I'd like to move the bill.
Is there a second?
Public comment.
I asked
Oh.
3 times.
All right, I didn't hear.
Thank you. Okay, Bill moved, second. Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would argue against this bill. We spent a lot of time coming up with House Bill 47, and the last thing the good representative said was it forces a justification by the communities on how much money they will get and what they will use it for. Over the years, and again, this money comes out of general fund, we've given a tremendous amount of money to communities. And if you go to most communities and ask them, where did this money go? You don't get much of an answer. It generally went to whatever they decided to use it on, not so much the impacts. Most communities, it's still difficult to build housing because of zoning and community regulations on housing developments and what they can do. I think 47 was a great bill, protected the state, still protected the communities, allowed them reasonable amounts of money for impact. And that, so I can't support this bill draft as it stands, and I can't think of a good way to amend it. So I will be a no vote on the bill.
Further discussion. Go ahead. Let's go to the far end and then come in 1, 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also rise in opposition to this bill. This bill was written with collaboration from the Wyoming County Commissioners Association as well as the DEQ. Stakeholders were very much involved with this, and we'd heard testimony today from Mr. Edwards, Deputy Director Edwards, that they are not bumping up against the ceiling. They're able to take care of the impacts over this past year that this House Bill 47 has been in effect, with only awarding and covering those impacts without bumping up against the ceiling. So I see no reason to change something that is not broken at this time. Let's let it ride and see if there's a problem in the future, and then we can respond.
Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also am going to oppose this. Having come from a community that does still face a lot of impact and has in the past, I can say that for a county commissioner, coming up with all the things that are going to be impacted from both population and just by logistics. Typically, impact assistance does not take care of major things that need to take place in a community for help. So I would support, coming up in a budget season, using the mechanisms we do have, such as SLIB, for roads and specific things like that, for a community that needs impact assistance, true impact assistance for long-term impact. So this I will not support, but I would support, of course, doing everything we can creatively for a county that is receiving impact.
Thank you. Further comment? Let's go to the end, Senator, and then into you, Senator Robbins.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we need to recognize that small communities that have such a big impact do need help. And they need the help at the beginning, not after everyone gets here. It's hard for some of you that come from the bigger communities that you might not need this assistance, but there are a lot of small towns in Wyoming that could benefit from this.
Into you, Senator Robbins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. 2 thoughts, and I'm going to oppose the motion, but I don't think that we've reached the conclusion on industrial siting and gotten it right. And we've had a conversation over the last few years on industrial siting. We looked at it in detail in the previous legislative sessions, and there were a lot of discussion about different ways to do it. House Bill 47 didn't necessarily hit a bullseye, but was trying to move us in that direction. The concern I have at this point really is that we haven't worked it. This is not a piece of legislation that we've spent a robust amount of time on, worked through the committee process, taken tremendous public testimony. I think about how House Bill 47 and the number of hours that we spent on House Bill 47. And we had one, although very esteemed legislator, testify on this, but that was basically the entirety of the work that we put into this particular piece of legislation, and to move it forward as a committee bill, I think would be inappropriate. I do expect to see this in the legislative session in some form, and I think it's worthy of additional consideration. I'm sensitive to the concerns that were raised, and there's no question that there is a tremendous difference in the amount of need depending on project type, as Chairman Burkhart noted. Not all $200, $300 million projects are created equally. So there is a great deal of need to be more sensitive to the amount that's available, but I don't feel that we've, as a committee, investigated this enough to be sponsoring legislation.
Thank you. Further comment? Let's go to Representative Larson, then on down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still in support of this bill, but I understand where we're at as a committee. And I think if we don't look at this, I think as a committee, we need to look at least getting that money front loaded through some sort of loan mechanism to the counties. So we can be proactive rather than reactive. That's really important for our communities to prepare for this growth.
Thank you. Representative Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share the concerns that have been voiced about this being a committee bill because there's just simply not enough information. I asked the question concerning why the difference of percentage, the change was needed, specifically what evidence was there to back that up about the need, and we don't have it right now. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying we don't have it. So I wouldn't feel comfortable with it being a committee bill to make that kind of change in a bill that I think did have some good thought into it. But I also agree with Representative Larson that basically I think the idea of timing is really a more important issue right now to look at, and of people being able mechanism to borrow against or something because of the timing of when the money, some of it's needed to implement some of the things that need to be done in infrastructure. So again, I can't support it as a committee bill.
Thank you. Any further? Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I do think that we could ask for accountability. We don't have to just give the money willy-nilly and not ask where it's going or what it's being used for. I think there can be stipulations and ask for a great amount of accountability of what it went to and why it was needed.
Thank you. Any further comments? I'll just note that I'll be for it. And it came from our discussions in Kimmer. I was listening to them explain all that was going to be going on here in this specifically Southwest area. And I got up from the table during a break and I said to my colleagues, I said, well, good luck with all that. And when I was driving home, I thought, no, it's all about responsibility because we all benefit in some way from this across the state. Just like we all have a nice school in our communities, compliments of Campbell County, things like that. So I saw it more as coming together, finding a solution, not disrespecting House Bill 47, but finding a solution for a place that's going to change very fast in the near future here. So with that, are we ready for a vote? Since we are, all those in favor say aye, put your hands out. Oh, voice vote. Okay, go ahead. Call roll.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, this would be a vote for the committee to sponsor 24 LSO 79 working draft .3. Senator Cooper. Senator Ellis. Senator Jones. Senator Rothfuss. Representative Banks. Representative Conrad.
No.
Representative Heiner. Representative Knapp. Representative Larson. Representative Lawley. Representative Tarver. Representative Western. Chairman Burkhart. Chairman Dockstetter. Mr. Chairman, the motion fails.
Read the vote count.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, 4 ayes, 10 noes.
Okay, proposal has failed 410. Thank you for your consideration. Let's continue to look for solutions. You're sitting in a very interesting place. Lots going to change here in the next few years. All right, let's go to limited. Go ahead.
I don't know if it would be appropriate for me to ask for some sort of task force that the committee could come together and maybe bring a bill to the next meeting for addressing the timeline issue of when the money comes, maybe a loan bill that we could look at for the next meeting.
Is there interest in that in the committee?
I didn't hear that.
Oh, asking for a task force specifically to address this situation. We have enough support for that? Representative, since we don't, I'm willing to help you, and anybody on the committee who's willing to help you, please step up. That's state of Wyoming is all of our responsibility. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, limited mining revisions. We're going to slip that in real quick, make it quick. Who's to speak to us on this, Brian? Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Brian, if you'd run through the bill.
Yep, so.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Brian.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, 24 LSO 58, this is working draft 0.5 limited mining operations amendments. 3-03 in the meeting materials. Mr. Chairman, this was a draft that you had asked LSO to prepare. And this
Yes.
draft amends requirements for.
Brian, just, yes. So the committee knows and everyone knows, I worked with DEQ. They had asked for a concept. We prepared the bill. It was published in the documents that were sent out with the meeting minutes, materials. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this draft amends requirements for commencing limited mining operations and amends notice, bonding, and reporting requirements for those operations. And then the draft also will limit overburden or small limited surface mining operations. So going through the draft, page 2, lines 8 through 10. Instead of listing the specific minerals that are subject to the limited mining operation exception, the reference would be to the removal of any non-coal mineral, except those minerals that are regulated by the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and those minerals that are regulated by the state, having assumed primacy from the NRC. The staff comment on page 3 is in reference to subparagraph B that begins on line 25. And the staff comment there just notes that by listing specific minerals here, and this is a provision dealing with bond requirements, the implication is that if it is not listed, there is no bond requirement for the removal of those minerals under a limited mining operation. So page 3, lines 26, 27, just notes that before commencing any limited mining operations for sand, gravel, and so forth, a bond is required. On line 30 of page 3, that bond requirement changes from $2,000 to $5,000 per acre. And then on page 4, lines 2 and 3, it changes the bond amount for quarries from $3,000 up a maximum of $3,000 per acre to $7,000 per acre. Then on lines 5 and 6, it inserts language that says, or a full cost bond to ensure reclamation. Page 4, line 12, page 4, lines 6 and 7 changes the amount of time that the Land Quality Division Administrator can require an additional bond from 90 days to 150 days after the commencement of operations. And then page 4, line 12 requires the operator to post that additional bond not later than 45 days instead of 30 days after receiving notification from the administrator. And then here, Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. Wentland will have a suggestion for another sentence at the end of subparagraph B on page 4, line 13, concerning other non-coal limited mining operations and the bonding for that. Page 4, line 17 through 19, changes the notice requirement for the cessation of operations from notifying in the annual report and starting reclamation to a requirement to notify the administrator within 45 days and anticipate commencement of reclamation within that time in accordance with the division's rules. The staff comment on page 5 just provided an alternate version of that language, potentially for clarity. I think Mr. Wentland will comment on that proposed language, alternate language. Then the second part of that staff comment on page 5 is similar to above, just noting that by listing the specific minerals in that subparagraph concerning immediate reclamation, the implication could be that the removal of other minerals under a limited mining operation would not have any requirement for immediate reclamation. Moving on to page 6, lines 7 and 8. This is just a clarifying amendment regarding the reference to the annual report. Page 6, line 22 and 23. Subsection J concerns authorization to modify or suspend certain requirements for surface mining operations of overburden or 10 acres of affected land. And the new language on page that begins on page 6, lines 22 and 23 provides that after July 1, 2024, no new operations can be authorized under this subsection. Then page 7, line 14, and then again on line 17, inserts requirements for information, new requirements for information that must be included in the annual report that a limited mine operator must submit. The first would be the number of yards or tons of mineral that's sold during the past year. And then the second, on line 17, is whether the operator is requesting a renewal to continue operations for up to an additional 5 years. The operator must include evidence that the operations would continue during that renewal period. And then page 8 lists examples of that evidence that could be submitted as support for continued operations: a mineral supply contract, a government project, a major industrial project, evidence that operations are active and have commercial sales within the last annual reporting period, evidence that there's a surface and mineral owner consent or contract or lease for the renewal term, evidence that the operation site is under reclamation, or then any other evidence that's specified by rule of the department. Page 9 is rulemaking, and then page 9, section 3 is a split effective date with the rulemaking effective immediate. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions for Brian? That, Mr. Wendland, we'll turn some time back to you and then go to our co-chair.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think it would be in the essence of time and most beneficial to the committee if I would just walk through after the cover slide, the second slide and the materials you have, because I think this will answer some of the questions as when we get into the discussion around the bonding in particular.
Please proceed. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Kyle Wentland. I'm the administrator of the Land Quality Division of the Department of DEQ. So the small mine classification, the reason this came up is it's become somewhat obsolete. We are seeing our small mine operators be hamstrung by the limits in overburden removal and then tonnage of material that they can get out the door. So in essence, they can go get an LMO for 15 acres and produce more material than they can out of the small mine. So we wanted to look at that and say, what can we do to streamline this moving down the road? The other part that's important here is that the small mines were created largely because there was a NEPA categorical exclusion for 40 acres or less. That doesn't exist anymore. NEPA conducts some type of EA or EIS on just about any action that involves federal mineral or federal surface. So part of the impetus to have the small mine really doesn't exist today anymore. So the other real difference then between a small mine and a regular mine is in the reclamation performance standards. In a small mine, you can do a walkthrough and say, yeah, it's good. No, it's bad. You know, it's either got cheatgrass in it or not. In the regular mine, you actually do some level of vegetation study to verify that your reclamation meets the standards that we need in Wyoming. So that is an add that would be different for industry moving away from the small mine, as they would have to perform that additional verification in the final reclamation. I would believe we view that as a good thing because we want good reclamation in Wyoming. So then we move to the bonding issues, and where we are today in statute is 2,000 and 3,000 per acre. And it's 2,000 for basically loose material quarry. You consider a quarry to be a hard material that you're shooting a face on. So the quarry is at the 3,000. We're coming up short. when we have to have a forfeiture in our sites right now, we're coming up short substantially. And the last time these acreages values were adjusted was in 2014. So if you just do a flat 3.5% inflation, excluding the last couple of years, you're looking at an increase in the 2,000 would be an add of 820, and in the 3,000 it'd be 1,231 per acre. So you're basically at $1,000 an acre off just based on inflation. So that gets you to 3 and 4. And then when you look at mobilization and demobilization costs, that's where we're coming up short anywhere from 5 to 20,000 on these smaller sites that are remote. Now we're up to 4 and 6. And if you don't want to get back into this acreage number for a while, we thought 5 and 7 were a good choice because we've had what we've had in place for 10 years. Looking forward, that might get you some time before we have to look at an adjustment again. That said, we also did an or in the language in the bill that if you want to submit a full cost bond and you can do it for less than what the per acre rate is, we'll accept that. That gives the industry a choice, but it also preserves some simplicity for the simple mom and pop operation out there that may not have the sophistication of a larger company. And then for the non-coal minerals, other than the standard sand, gravel, feldspar, the standard listing that's been in an existing statute, if you have someone that develops gold or lithium or some other resource, you do have the potential for some small amounts of acid forming materials or some other things along those lines. And we thought that probably should fall under a full cost bond. So the suggestion that I have on that is in the bill, we would add back in the bonding section, and this would be on page 4, lines around lines 6 and 7. All other non-coal limited mine operations shall file a full cost bond to ensure reclamation in accordance with statute 3511-417. So that's just one suggestion we have there. So that takes care of the bonding part of that. And then on the 150 days for the administrator, what we've found is in some of these sites, once they dig in, they may find that they have filed for 5 acres, and then they want to develop maybe up to 15. There's no definition in the statute or the rules around depth of mining. So they may have a deeper or bigger ore body. 90 days is pretty short to see what they get into, what they find. We would like to have the 150 days to give us a little more time to, if we need to adjust those bonds. So that's where the 150 days comes from. The clarification on when reclamation should occur, right now it says that it comes in the annual report. So we only get that once a year. It would be better if we knew that they're finished and they've mined out their resource, and we get that notice within 45 days so we can schedule that reclamation as expeditiously as possible. So we don't have a pit laying open, incurring more costs down the road, especially in the event where there's a forfeiture. If we've had a pit that sat idle for a year, that becomes a potentially more expensive pit to reclaim. So we're looking for a shorter time frame on that notification to work with the operator and schedule the reclamation. We know if you tell us in January and in 45 days, you're not going to be reclaiming in the middle of February, but we'd like to probably schedule you in April to move forward with those types of projects. We think that moving to the LMOs and then eliminating the small mines actually simplifies and streamlines the permitting process, because now you have a clear path of development. You can move from exploration, and this committee did a great job allowing the exploration folks to sell their assay material in their exploration a couple years back. So we've gained that part of it for moving a project. Then you can dig into the 15 acres, see if you actually have something there. And like I said, gold, lithium, those are good examples, copper reserves. And you can be working on your large permit while you're doing your 15-acre development to see if you think you have a source and you can do that. You can be working on your permit for your regular mine then, and then move to that regular mine. It just makes a lot more sense to us in a very logical progression of how you would develop a site, and believe that that helps to streamline that process. And I think with that, the other recommendation we have is page 4, line 13 on the 45 days. What we were asking for here, and maybe the LSO and Mr. Fuller has a better way to do this, but we wanted to have the existing operations come up to whatever the new bond requirements this committee agrees to, be it, it stays 4,000 and 6,000 or 5,000 and 7,000 per acre and the or full cost bond, whatever you guys decide. We would like to have all of the operations bring their bonds up to that scale starting July 1, 2024. So even your existing operations would come into play then. As far as the bond, because we keep seeing forfeitures, and particularly on the mom and pop side of this, and we're coming up short. So, and then I think Mr. Fuller did a good job in crafting the language around saying we're going to stop doing small mine permits July 1, 2024. But you get to keep, if you have one, you get to keep everything you've got. You get to keep your small mine permit. You can operate under that till you mine out your source and you close out your permit. Just moving forward from that date, we're not going to do a small mine. You would just have the regular mine option. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I think that summarizes the agency comments.
Thank you for tightening everything up. Let's go to the co-chair first and then to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the committee, where this came from was actually after our last meeting in Kemmer. The director and I had a brief conversation, and as I think most of you know, he's on the select committee to look at regulatory reduction. And I asked him, and I said, Director, is there anything we can do quick that helps you, that helps streamline it? I think most people here know my frustration with the speed of government. Is there something we can do? And he said, well, if we can do what this bill does, eliminate the small mine operation and have either limited mine operations and regular mine operations. He said that helps streamline our work. We think it helps the mines. You don't have 3 different categories. You only have 2. And just as Mr. Wentland said, it allows a progression through there. And so we talked and had the bill drafted to do that, again, for some regulatory streamlining to help the department with their staffing and workload. And I don't think it has a negative effect on our ability to mine. I know of some strange deposits in the state where you would only disturb maybe 15 acres to get a fairly good return on gold. I know there was a sample that assayed out at 3,000 ounces per ton, but that wasn't a very big deposit, literally about the size of this room for the main part of the deposit, and then maybe another 10, 15 acres. So it helps our mines. We can extract some of these small minerals. It also clarifies that we will have other limited mining operations that are not just sand and gravel. Gold, lithium, copper, potentially uranium, and some other things. So that's the background and history of this. That's where it came from.
Okay, committee. Now you understand, Mr. Wetland, follow up to the co-chair, and then we'll go to Western.
You bet, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely agree with the co-chairman. The only thing I would just clarify for the committee, we did say that materials regulated by the NRC or the state agreement program are exempt because we don't want radionuclides in this category, and we understand that. So that is laid out right up front.
Okay, thank you. Follow up. Okay, Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Mr. Wetland, obviously, these are very small scale mines, like you said, gravel pits, those kind of mining claims.
Can I have you speak up just a little bit?
Sorry, it was Wild Rodeo last weekend. I did lots of talking. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wetland, how often is it that some of these mines that we do have to make a call on these bonds due to these companies going defunct or unable to fulfill their obligations?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, right now I've got 14 of them, forfeitures out there total statewide, and just about all of them are very small operators, and 8 of those are very remote. And it's right now it's the better part of a $500,000 that we're upside down.
Representative Wester.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. Thank you. Mr. Wetland. So if I understand that stat correctly, if you combine all the unfunded obligations to reclaim them to our standards versus what they're willing to pony up and what is the difference, it's $500,000. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct right now. It's a total of 14 sites
Okay, good.
statewide. And
one more.
we typically see on average 3 to 5 forfeitures a year.
Follow up.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. My follow-up is going forward, whatever we do set these new ones at, is that really going to be adequate to ensure that not just 3 or 4 years down the road, but say 10 years down the road, that the money is there to avoid these types of situations? Granted, $500,000 is a drop in the bucket compared to our coal mining reclamation obligations, but just to ensure that the money is there.
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. Money's money. In this case, that's why we're recommending going to the 5 and 7.
Okay.
And also giving the option of the full cost bond. Because I think you're going to see some of your more sophisticated operators just opt to the full cost bond.
Okay, thank you. Committee, anything else? Anything else? Mr. Wetland, do you think that covers it all?
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Mr. Co-Chair, you were working on this. Where would you like to see it go?
I'd like to see it pass.
Okay,
That's bluntly, but we still need public comment.
all right, but just double check with you before. Committee? Public comment on this. Any public comment? Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Travis Detai, Executive Director of the Wyoming Mining Association. In the interest of time, this is a good little bill and we support it.
Simple questions from Mr. Detai on a good little bill. Okay, thank you. Further comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shannon Anderson on behalf of Powder River Basin Resource Council. We've worked on the LMO issue for many years. And I will say, hearing from our members across the state is one of the issues that generates the most public interest and attention. So if you look at the Environmental Quality Council docket, issues around small mines actually generate significant public controversy. And so we're opposed to the provision in the bill that would bring in other types of mines into the limited mining operation system. It's important to remember that an LMO is an exemption from a permit. It's not a permit. And with that, there's no public comment. There's no ability for neighbors to provide information to the DEQ. That's exempt in the LMO process. So bringing in things like lithium, gold, rare earths, that's very concerning for people that may be living next to these mines, have to share roads with these mines, have to deal with noise and light and other impacts from these mining operations. And so if you look at the history too of the LMOs, it was really about mining operations that needed quick approval. So typically this is why you have the list of sand and gravel and building materials essentially for roads and construction, because it was meant to be facilitated during construction season, where there could be a mine that came into place, again, get an exemption through DEQ to start mining. And so that's really where the LMO kind of came through. So we're very concerned about bringing in other kinds of mining operations, and it really deserves, I think, additional comment and review. And particularly, again, thinking through neighbors to these operations and their ability to participate in the process, which simply does not exist with an LMO. We would, of course, support the bonding amendments to the LMO section for the kinds of mines that are already in LMOs. As Mr. Wetland said, that makes tremendous sense. We're very concerned about bond forfeitures and making sure the state has the adequate resources to do the reclamation. So that's a win-win. That makes sense. But I think that the beginning part of the bill definitely gives us pause again, because it's cutting out the public from these kind of permitting operations that already exist.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Anderson? Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further public comment? Any further public comment?
Mr. Chairman, we do have someone who signed up online for this topic.
Oh, please go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead. State your
All
name,
right.
please.
Thank you. Yes. Good morning, Chairman Dockstader, members of the committee. My name is Kelly Little, and I am the new Director of Government Affairs at the Associated General Contractors of Wyoming. Thank you for the flexibility to testify remotely today. I was happy to join you all yesterday there in Rock Springs. However, I had some conflicts today that could not be rescheduled. The proposed changes that AGC of Wyoming are most interested in this draft legislation are the changes to the bond rates and the removal of the small mine classification. Related to the bond rate requirements, we understand the department's rationale and logic behind the proposed increase in the rates. I'm hopeful to gather some feedback from our affected members on whether those proposed amounts are appropriate. I look forward to working with the department and over the rest of the interim to make sure that everyone is on the same page and that the state is held harmless in the case that reclamation falls to the state. As far as removal of the small mine classification, we are supportive of the department's efforts to reduce unnecessary regulation and streamline processes. We do appreciate that the proposal allows those that are already operating in that classification to continue to do so. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Your questions, committee, for Ms. Little? Questions? Okay, that's it. Thank you. Appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, wait, Ms. Little, hold on. Co-chair? Oh. Oh, okay. Sorry. False alarm. Thank you, Ms. Little. Okay, go ahead. A question for Kyle. Go ahead.
Mr. Wentland, just a quick question. The current rates of $2,000 and $3,000, when was the last time those were adjusted?
2014.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Further questions, further public comment, There being none, committee, what's your desire? Mr. Co-Chair?
Move the bill.
Move. Is there a second?
Second.
And moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Committee? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, it would be nice to see the language that would be put in place on page 4 at 13 concerning both new operations and existing operations. I think that's the one concern I had, was the grandfathering of ones that are currently in place, or if they would be included in this increase for bonding. So
Thank you. Mr. Co-Chair, do you want to address that?
I think we had language for it and I wasn't quick enough to write it down. I guess, Mr. Wentland, would you either repeat it or do you have it in writing? And just to remind everyone, I think all of you know, I like suggested amendments in writing so we can look at them.
Go ahead, Mr. Wentland.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Fuller, did you want to, or did you want me to go ahead? Give me just a second here. Sorry, age is a cruel beast some days. Can't see for beans without them. So, Mr. Chairman, we're looking on page 4 and line 6. I think you would want to add all other non-coal limited mining operations shall file a full cost bond to ensure reclamation in accordance with Wyoming statute 3511-417. And then, Mr. Chairman, I think at the end of line 13, page 4, I would add
Mr.
all.
Wentworth?
Yeah.
Wait,
Wants a little.
You're gonna have to talk a lot slower. My
Okay.
hands don't go that fast. Thank you.
Repeat
Okay.
your first one, please.
And Mr. Chairman, it would be all other non-coal limited mining operations shall file a full cost bond to ensure reclamation in accordance with Wyoming statute 3511-417.
Thank you. Everyone good? Keep going. He does. Brian gets everything.
Mr. Chairman, then probably at the end of line 13, I would suggest adding all existing limited mining operations shall file bonds in accordance with this section within 45 days of the effective date of this section.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
can we get a little more precise? Which line are you asking us to, are you wanting us to insert a new sentence? What do you, I'm not following along with.
Point out in the bill where you're at.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, again, page 4, line 13, end of, after such notifications.
Senator Ellis, you good?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking at this. It looks like we have a list, right? There's paragraph B, then paragraph C. So I just want to know if this is a new sentence.
Mr. Wellen,
After notification, a period, then a new sentence, then another semicolon. That's what I want to know.
Mr. Wellen,
Mr. Chairman, I would put a period after notification and then I would add that sentence on line 13.
okay, thank you. You good, Senator? Okay, anybody else?
And
Continue on. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Mr. Fuller's great expertise that if it needs to be adjusted a little bit, I would.
Thank you. We
Go
do
there.
that often on this committee. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I just had one question for the director. In 2014, when those bonds were increased, was there grandfathering then, or did it apply to all operators?
Mr. Chairman, it did grandfather and we still are holding some of those that are $200 an acre bonds.
That cover it for you? Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone.
Yes, that's it.
Hold, Senator.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I know we have a motion on the bill on the table. Is there any reason for us not to get a cleaned up version and work it quickly at the next meeting? Because we have proposed language, we have the possibility of reworking language. We've got some staff comments that are being worked through. Personally, I'd prefer to see a clean final bill that doesn't take a lot of amendment, and I don't think it would take a lot of time as long as we didn't give a
Okay,
lot of time.
let's double check.
That's my
Committee,
thought.
do you have any other, does anyone else like to see a cleaner bill? Co-chair, you have some opposition to that?
No, Mr. Chairman, I was going to say in favor of that, I will withdraw my motion.
Oh, you
to
will?
move the bill.
Okay, all right. Everybody good with that? We're gonna clean it up, bring it back in. We're all good. Okay, we're all good. Thank you, Mr. Wetland.
Let's finish.
Okay, continue on through the bill.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would note on page 5, staff comment, to include the previous language, so we're consistent, to go ahead and implement staff comment.
Okay, good.
Brian?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Wentland might have a comment on that proposed language
Yeah, I think you did.
on page 5.
So keep going.
All right.
Anything else in the bill that you'd like, sir?
No, I think that covers it.
Anyone else like any changes in it? Okay, folks, we're gonna get this cleaned up, bring it back in next time. Appreciate the staff's work on this. That's where we stand on limited mining revisions as of now. Okay. 9:37, let's take it up to 10 with Dr. Holly Krukta on UW School of Energy Resources Budget and Research Priorities. Did we have? I know I saw her earlier.
Dr. Crook is here.
I threw it to you kind of fast there. Battery change. Okay, Doctor, it's all yours.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just to confirm, you just want us to do the presentation that was, hi there, was from yesterday.
Yes.
Okay,
Yesterday's presentation.
yesterday's presentation. Okay, so Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for having us today. I'm Holly Krecka, Executive Director of the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources, and with me is Scott Quillinan, Senior Director of Research at the School of Energy Resources. We were asked to present essentially a snapshot of what's happening in the coming year, FY24, which was actually already started a few weeks ago, and our research priorities for the coming year. So we will go quickly. So moving to the next slide, we always start every presentation with our mission, energy-driven economic development for Wyoming. In other words, we and our partners across the state and beyond are looking at using Wyoming's incredible natural resources to drive incremental revenue for the state. So on our FY24 budget, I am going to just go into a little bit of explanation of what makes up our budget and how we undertake our work at the School of Energy Resources. We have several pools of funding. Next slide, please. So we haven't closed out FY23, so I have FY22 numbers for you. Our standard state appropriations, this is what we get per year. This is not per biennium, but per year is about $9 million. And then we have a number of funds that are one-time funds from the state of Wyoming. These can come from different sources. So often we're very grateful for the support of the Wyoming Energy Authority. We have one-time appropriations directly from the state. And then we do have some cost share funds through what was set up through the legislature, the governor's energy matching funds. And that has really helped us to match some of the really large proposals to the Department of Energy that require big cost share commitments. But it's usually 80% from the feds, 20% from the state, so or less. I'll talk about that a little bit more later. We also in FY22, and this is a number that's going to change dramatically, had $11 million that was from non-state entities. That is the federal government, companies, private sources. We even have some NGO support. And then because we're part of the University of Wyoming, we also are able to take philanthropic funds through the UW Foundation, and that's about $800,000 a year, and that's also growing. So I wanted to talk to you, just give you a big picture about the trends we're seeing, and then how we see the coming year. So moving to the next slide. I just want to present a pie chart of how we spend that standard budget, that $9 million per year that we get from the state. Most of that is spent on our research program. That's 57% is what we're projecting for FY24. Our academic program is 27%. Now, in that academic bucket, one of the things that's really unique about the School of Energy Resources, we hire faculty that are tenure track faculty, and they have mainstream academic units. They are SCR faculty, but for example, Professor Considine, who was here yesterday, he is an SCR professor of economics. So his home department is economics. And the point of this is that we are able to focus on bringing in faculty with expertise and skill sets that are really important to the state of Wyoming, and have collaboration opportunities with us and our partners across the state, but they reside around campus. And the idea is each one of those faculty members will collaborate with others in their department, kind of growing the overall focus on Wyoming important research at the University of Wyoming. So that is a big portion of that academics budget. And then we have 16% that is our administration and outreach. One of the trends I see is, as you know, we presented last time, and we'll talk about it again in a minute, is that we're bringing in more and more external research funds, which is great. But that means we're going to have to shift a little bit of our standard state budget to make sure we're managing those funds, especially financially, that we have the financial management support in-house. So we might be shifting a little bit more of our standard state budget toward administration. So moving on to the next slide, we do have several pools of one-time funding that are underway or being spent at the School of Energy Resources. So I wanted to go through these. This is a really great opportunity for us to have the state directly fund research that is in the state's interest. Why is this important? For example, right now, the Department of Energy is not funding really almost any coal-related research, but because the state is willing to step up and support that, we can do that work. And so we're one of the few entities that has large research programs focused on supporting coal. And so that's really helping us to continue moving ahead where other universities aren't able to do quite as much in this space. Some have legacy projects, but in general, the amount of work going on research nationwide on coal has shrunk dramatically. The other example would be our Mowry project, focusing on new oil and gas reserves. The legislature, we started that project with generous support from the Wyoming Energy Authority. They helped us start it with $500,000, and then the legislature gave us $2.5 million to really jumpstart that program. So now we have university faculty. It says a multidisciplinary program. We have lots at the Energy and Petroleum Engineering Department focused on helping Wyoming unlock its largest unconventional oil and gas reservoir. So I've given an update for different funds that have been appropriated over the years. Carbon engineering is coal to products. That was $7 million appropriated just as I arrived in 2020. That is fully committed, nearly all spent. Nuclear capacity building, that was $2 million that was appropriated School of Energy Resources after the TerraPower project was announced. Mr. Quillen will talk about that in detail, so I'm going to skip that one, but we'll give you an update about exactly what's happened in that area this afternoon. We were given $2 million to establish the Hydrogen Energy Research Center. That is 85% committed, and we have an internal RFP out at the UW campus, or has it closed? It's closed. Okay. So we're reviewing proposals now to fully commit those funds. We completed a work, $300,000 to look at CO2 in public works, essentially CO2 in concrete, and that is complete. In the Governor's Energy Matching Funds, $8 million was set aside for a coal refinery in Campbell County, and that work is just launching now. And then we have matching funds that were set aside. And one thing that I forgot to put in this table, but it is in the graph, is the high-grade graphite. So there's been discussion of using graphite for nuclear, for batteries. And so we have a small program that was funded by the legislature to look at Wyoming feedstocks to produce graphite, essentially trying to figure out what can we use coal or other Wyoming feedstocks to produce high-grade graphite that hopefully will turn into a manufacturing opportunity for Wyoming. Okay, so moving to the next slide and understanding why we expect the School of Energy Resources to grow substantially. We showed this slide at the last meeting. What has happened is we have had further announcements. So at the last meeting, we talked about the $40 million grant, which is a $50 million project for the carbon storage hub. But you can see this line has just continued to move down. We have had, of all these, only one declined, and I thought it was very good, but I guess you can't get them all. But it was a really good proposal. So we have had $10 million award on hydrogen. And then actually, since I submitted these slides, the next two proposals were also funded. So $1 million from the DOE and $1 million from state match we will pursue. This is really interesting. So number 8 on this slide, Wyoming Class 6 Characterization Database. That is a great example of collaboration between the Department of Environmental Quality, the State Survey, and School of Energy Resources. And what we're doing is trying to create a database for CO2 storage data that has been fully vetted. So when a company goes to DEQ to apply for a Class 6 permit, they can use this fully vetted database of information. That means that DEQ doesn't have to validate it because they already have. And so the point is, it will further accelerate our Class 6 permitting process, make it easier on DEQ to work through that process. So, and I think it's another great example of just the collaboration you see between the different entities across Wyoming, rowing in the same direction. So we're really excited about that, even though it's not huge. I think it will be very impactful, and we're really grateful for our partners. And then the next one is very interesting. So integrated carbon capture and storage, phase 1 at Dry Fork Station. This was also funded. This is with MTR that's been working at the Integrated Test Center, and they have a membrane capture technology. And so they have been awarded the first phase of a demonstration project, which would mean if they go all the way to the end of that project, which there's a lot between here and there, they would fully scale up and deploy commercial scale CCUS at Basin Electric's Dry Fork Power Plant. So long way to go, but that is also a very, very exciting opportunity. So we're just waiting to hear on the direct air capture hub. And I know Sarah Fitzgerald, who tirelessly led this effort from the Business Council, is here somewhere. And so that's the last one on this list. And I guess we need to start updating the list because we have submitted a few more since then. And another thing I want to highlight is you can see the scale of this. The opportunity I hope you see that we feel that these projects can bring to Wyoming. We couldn't pursue a lot of these without the governor's energy matching funds. We just don't have the capacity to find $10 million of cost share very easily, or $1 million for data, but I think it'll pay off for the state in the long run. So that is all run by the Wyoming Energy Authority, and we've been really grateful for their guidance. And I just want to point out, we compete against other states that have set up something similar. So it just makes it really important that we have this. And I just want to say thank you for setting that up.
Let's just have her finish and then I'm going to go.
It was on this slide very quickly.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's about $90 million worth of new research on this slide, which is amazing, honestly. What's the state's match portion of that 90-ish million?
Go ahead.
Rough estimate.
We'll take a ballpark.
We won't hold it to them.
Mr. Philemon.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I bet it's less than 10 million.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Krekta?
It's about 10 million. Okay. In addition, we have really ramped up our engagement with the private sector as well. So FY23 was the first year that the School of Energy Resources raised over $1 million for the private sector. And thanks to Angel Verplug, the UW Foundation, for helping us with this. We see the future is bright. Companies, we have to engage with companies. We're trying to help them be successful, do projects in Wyoming, and they have been willing to invest in us. So this will also be able, these funds are really helpful because they give us a lot of flexibility. They help us retain faculty that are being approached by other universities. So this is also the reason I want to show this. It's just growing our overall budget. So next slide, focusing and keep going to our research priorities. So this is, again, a slide on how we organize ourselves. You see the Enhanced Soil Recovery Institute in addition to all our other centers of excellence. Those in yellow are run by staff. Those in brown are run by tenure track faculty across the University of Wyoming. They're all interdisciplinary. This is how we execute our research program, is with these centers of excellence. All of it is under Mr. Quillen in here. So moving to the next slide, I was specifically asked to talk about what are our main areas to focus on FY24. If I had to sum it up in one sentence, it would be executing on all those areas that I just showed you, but in a little bit more specificity. Carbon engineering, that is our coal to products program. We are scaling that up, moving it off campus. At the Wyoming Innovation Center, we will be demonstrating our pyrolysis process that creates the char that's used for bricks, soil amendments, and other materials. We're working with Peabody to test those soil amendments and reclamation We believe they're obviously increase the amount of carbon in soil, and we think it'll help with water retention as well. So we're going to test that at increasingly large scales. In carbon capture, use and storage, we have a lot of projects in this space, and our goal is to essentially execute those successfully. So we have Wyoming Carbon Safe in the northeast part of the state, adjacent to Basin Electric's Dry Fork Power Station. We have the HERO project, which is in Oregon, which is focused on CO2 generated by a power plant that uses Wyoming gas. We have the Sweetwater Carbon Storage Hub, which was the largest grant UW's ever gotten that we just were talking about. That is focused on the industrial sector right here in Sweetwater County, and then all our collaborative projects. So we're gonna do those. In addition, next slide, thank you. I mentioned the Maori project. So really excited about ramping this up and bringing in more ideas and more faculty members. So that RFP is now closed as well. So what we do, this is an internal RFP available only to UW faculty. But it is a competitive process. So really excited about the next steps of that. And we will be increasing engagement with industry as we move forward. On rare earth elements, critical minerals, added value, I would like to grow our contributions in this. We have our CORSIUM program, which is we're looking at unconventional sources of rare earths, those associated with waste, particularly from coal mines or overburden, underburden, any waste from the energy sector. We'd like to grow this area as well. In a perfect world, I'd love to have a program modeled after our carbon engineering program, but focused on other minerals in Wyoming. So what else can we do with Trona? And so we're in early discussions with some of the Trona producers about the potential around that space. There are opportunities. On nuclear, Scott's going to talk about this later, but we're going to continue to build capacity. This is really being carried by our Nuclear Energy Research Center, which is led by Caleb Hill in chemistry and Tara Rigetti in law. Very interdisciplinary. And, I think the exciting thing is when we built that center, UW had historically really not done a lot on the academic side or the research side related to nuclear. And so I look forward to Scott presenting all that's happening now. It's really quite exciting how much it's grown in the last few years, but we have a long way to go to really make it a robust program. And then the Wyoming Integrated Test Center, an MOU has now been approved by all parties. Mr. Chairman, if you allow me to address Senator Ellis's concern from the last meeting, I do think we've simplified the structure of the Wyoming Integrated Test Center. The funds will not be at WEA. They will be coming over to the University of Wyoming. We have built-in oversight, but that makes it more of a two-party. And we do believe by statute, the governor's office does have to hold the leases, but that was a step to simplify it. So it's a great time at the ITC. Construction's underway. The team's done an incredible job. And so we just look forward to continue to work with that and integrate it even as much as we can into all the other work happening in the state. And then finally, policy and regulation, we're really ramping up our work in this space. There's so much to do. It's incredible. I think one of the great examples was the report you saw yesterday. The bulk of that was done by EORI, but there's a lot of policy research that could be followed up in that. So that is all I have to present, Mr. Chairman, on this topic.
Scott, do you have anything to add? Okay.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Questions, committee? Questions? Okay, we think we're good. Oh, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a short one. I see the picture of the char brick building. How did it do through the first Wyoming winter?
Dr. Carter?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, it did great. It's still there standing strong. That was I will say, we are going to replace the bricks on that building with second generation that we think will be a little bit stronger. So our first generation were hand pressed, and we now want to model like the actual industrial process. So it handled the Wyoming winter, but we'd like to see if we can get even more a second generation product that contains more coal And we think we'll be using more realistic industry methods. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Duke, I think we can find some coal for you too. Senator Ellis, did that answer your question? All right, we're good. Okay, we're gonna take a 15-minute break, but I'm gonna have the co-chair do a quick little introduction to take us into break. Thank you, too. Appreciate it.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do this a little different. I'm going to ask a future legislator and leader to come up here and gavel us into recess. And I'll just turn this around. If you would tell them your name.
Dresden.
All right. And if you would hit that twice and we can go and take a break, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
Take us into break. 9:15. 10:15. We'll come back at 10:15, folks. Thank you, Dresden. Good job. Okay, everybody have a seat. Let's continue on. Public Service Commission. And OCA.
Mr. Chairman. I didn't know if you wanted to ask for public comment. on
Yes, really quick. Detail. I missed getting public comment on Dr. Krukta. Anybody would like to offer public comment on that? Go ahead. Your choice. I think both batteries work now. Lithium production is underway. Go ahead.
Good morning, Phil Christopherson, CEO of Energy Capital Economic Development in Gillette. I'd like to congratulate this committee. You have worked very closely with the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources for many years. I've sat side by side with Dr. Northam, Dr. Krutka in support of some of their projects. They're doing fantastic work. They are the only organization that is really making positive strides to support and promote our minerals industry, coal, oil, natural gas. That is the future of this state. The state derives so much revenue from those industries. It's great to see the state supporting their efforts so we have a strong future.
Thank you. That's why I stress every night, because of our income related to all that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Public Service Commission. You got to be careful about bumping the PSC. It can cause problems. So go ahead. It's all yours. Thank you for your patience. Want to share mic or move two down, or there we go. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the Minerals Committee. I'm Mary Throne. I'm Chairman of the Wyoming Public Service Commission. With me today is John Burbridge, our Chief Legal Counsel, and my fellow commissioners, Deputy Chair Petrie and Commissioner Robinson. Apologize for not being here, but they're at our national utility meetings in Austin. And frankly, I'm happy that I did not have to go to Austin. So thank you for scheduling us. Austin in July is not on my top 10.
We'll help you anytime you need.
We're happy to be here today. And for those of you on the committee, and I think it might only be Representative Knapp and the people in the audience who were at the last corporations meeting, you can now check your email, send texts. This will be, there are some differences, but it's pretty similar to what we did for corporations. And our purpose is just to provide a very high level overview of what we do at the PSC, what the hot topics are, and just to educate the Minerals Committee on the work of the Public Service Commission. So the Wyoming Public Service Commission is a very old state agency created by the Wyoming legislature in 1915. Some PSCs across the country are constitutional entities, but by and large, we're similar to what every other state has. Some are elected, most are appointed. The Office of Consumer Advocate is a relatively new creation, although the function always existed, but in 2003, it was created as an independent division of the commission. And Anthony Ornelas will be up after we're done to tell you about the work of his division. Next slide, please. So the legal authority and the mission of the commission is broad. Under Wyoming Statute 37-2-112, we have general and exclusive power to regulate and supervise every public utility within the state. The PSC's primary responsibility is to ensure that public utilities operating in Wyoming provide safe, adequate, and reliable service to customers at just and reasonable rates. The Supreme Court has provided, the Wyoming Supreme Court has provided some guidance to us, although as with many things in Wyoming, there's not a lot of case law guiding the agency. But one of the primary cases is a Pacific Corp case, and it mandates that the commission give paramount consideration to the public interest and that the desires of the utility are secondary. So we always take into account the public interest. The regulatory compact is the framework for what we do as a public service commission. The government grants a company a monopoly for the sale and distribution of utility service to customers in a defined service territory. And in exchange, the company commits to supply the full quantities demanded by the customers at a price that's calculated to provide recovery to the utility for all prudently incurred operating costs, plus an opportunity to earn, and I want to emphasize it's an opportunity to earn a reasonable return on the capital that they invest. So public utilities have been deemed natural monopolies, and the role of the regulator, the commission, is to sort of create a surrogate for market competition. And the theory behind the regulatory compact, which is, again, is over, the concept is more than 100 years old, is that you wouldn't necessarily want the market to control this because there are economies of scale, it's not efficient, and there are high barriers to market entry. Like you wouldn't want thousands of distribution lines and transmission lines crossing the state of Wyoming. So that's the theory behind the regulatory compact. Some states do have energy choice, but the distribution systems are still controlled by the utility. And then in Wyoming, the only electric choice program we have is not in electricity, but the choice gas program. So next slide. So the entities we regulate are electric, natural gas, water, intrastate pipeline utilities, and telecommunications. I'm not going to talk a lot at all really about telecommunications. It's a separate part of the statute. So to be regulated, the operation has to be retail, not wholesale, to or for the public. And the public may be very small, it can be very few customers. The public has to be in Wyoming. We don't regulate interstate commerce. But utilities do not have to be for-profit entities. They can be nonprofit. So obviously the co-ops, which we still regulate to a certain extent, are nonprofit. So I think this list is current. We regulate 5 electric investor-owned utilities, and they take the bulk of our time. 17 rural electric cooperatives, 9 natural gas or propane distribution utilities, 382 telecommunications companies, even though we don't do a lot with them, but they're technically regulated, 20 intrastate pipeline companies, and 12 water utilities. And the water utilities are small. That's where we differ from a lot of other states where they manage large private water utilities. And we do not regulate municipal water systems unless they're outside the city limits, municipal gas and electric utilities unless they're outside the city limits, interstate pipelines, wholesale generation and transmission cooperatives. So that's important. We don't regulate tri-state, Basin Electric, et cetera. We don't regulate wireless, and we don't regulate broadband and cable television companies. And just a little bit more about the co-ops. In 2007, back when I was on the other side of the table, we did pass a bill allowing the co-ops to regulate their rates on the theory that they're democratically elected organizations, and that we didn't have to regulate their rates. We still regulate their other activities, but not their rates, except for one, which is Precor, because of its size. It is rate regulated. So how do we do this? It's important to remember that the commission is quasi-judicial. Commissioners function as administrative law judges. So we have cases, we have a docket, you file stuff with the PSC if you come before them as if you were in a court. We function very much like a court. And so it may be that you'll ask me a question today and I'll say I can't comment because it's a pending case. So we're limited, on our communications. We can't do ex parte communications. And that frankly was a challenge for me when I started because I like to talk to people and I like to talk to people to work out issues. And I can only receive information now in a fairly formal setting. So the communication goes through Mr. Birdbridge. So if one of you calls me with a question, I'm probably going to punt it to him in a lot of circumstances. So the Wyoming Administrative Procedure Act governs,
Chairman?
sorry, go ahead.
Commissioner Throne, just a quick question. Define ex parte for us, please.
Oh.
We are not attorneys.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry, Chairman Burkhart, Mr. Chairman. So ex parte is if I have a communication with somebody outside the process.
Thank you. Actually, I was getting him to ask for me. Thank you.
Was that the right answer? Was that close enough?
enough.
Close enough, okay. So we, our proceedings are noticed. Generally, to participate, it's better to be a party to the case. And so that means you have, usually have an attorney, you present testimony. The one difference in our process that I think is probably unusual is we get pre-filed written testimony. We still conduct a hearing with cross-examination, but we get pre-filed written testimony. And the staff analyzes the applications and presents a summary of the case to us. And then we have a hearing and then we render a decision. Also, in terms of how the commission functions, we can't talk to each other about cases. We only deliberate in public. And so that is not the same from state to state, but that's not unusual. So the way, presumably all of you have a pretty good idea how somebody's going to vote, at least you should. Often you do. You've all talked to each other. You know how each other's going to vote on something by and large. We can't do that. That would be illegal. So we deliberate in public and we render our decisions in public. So that's generally how we function. Even though it does function like a court, we also always allow for public comment. And we take public comment into consideration. Last night, we had a public comment hearing on the Rocky Mountain rate case. And people will be able to comment throughout the entire proceeding until we close the docket at the end of the hearing. So we have a number of different type of cases. I won't go through all of these. The big ones are the general rate cases, which have been in the press of late. Commodity cost pass-ons have also been pretty busy lately. It's stabilized, but with the spike in natural gas prices that we saw after the winter storm Uri and then just last winter, we had a lot to do with commodity pass-ons. So that basically means that they come to us when like the price of natural gas or electricity goes up or down, because they pass the commodity cost on to the customer. They don't make a profit on the commodity. And that because those fluctuate, those are done periodically and everybody's on a different schedule. We have some non-traditional rate making mechanisms. CPCNs are another big topic, Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, meaning the utility has to come to us and get permission before they build like a wind farm or a transmission line. They also have to come to us with abandonment of or closure of facilities, transfers of control. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Integrated resource plans also are discussed a lot. Rocky Mountain Power has the most robust integrated resource planning of any of the utilities we regulate. We do not have hearings on those necessarily. We don't approve them is what I'm trying to say. We review them, we accept them for filing. So anything that's in an integrated resource plan is not approved as part of the integrated resource plan. Every separate item in an integrated resource plan subject to our jurisdiction has to go through the appropriate process on the list. So we do have broad authority. We tend to be somewhat reactive to what comes before us, but we can also open investigations. We can hold technical conferences. We have broad authority, but historically the Wyoming Public Service Commission has been more reactive than proactive. That's sort of changing in the current environment that we live in. So the next slide is just a map of the certificated territory. And if I'm going too fast, I can slow down, but I'm trying to. You like the speed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I said before, each utility has its certificated territory. On the big screen, this is electric, sorry. Yeah, this is electric, not natural gas. Thank you. But if you look closely at that, you can see how the state is divided up. Rocky Mountain Power is the largest. Black Hills entities have huge chunks. And then you've got the scattering MDUs in Representative Western's neighborhood, and then assorted co-ops. But there is some flexibility. If a customer is in, usually it's an agreement between two co-ops or an investor-owned utility and a co-op. If it's too expensive for Rocky Mountain Power to provide power, for example, in an isolated area, and the co-op is closer to get power to somebody, they can do a customer allocation agreement, which we approve. And those are really pretty straightforward. Rarely do they lead to a real dispute. But so there are ways to deal with the geography that we have in Wyoming. So next slide. I'm not going to go into the weeds too much on rate making. Again, the law that governs the operation of public service commissions across the country is pretty old. So the legal foundation for rates, we generally just lump these two together and call them Hope and Bluefield. But they established the concept of fair, just, and reasonable rates, which has two fundamental concepts: the recovery of prudently incurred costs and the opportunity to earn a reasonable return on investment. And the returns to the equity stock owners of investor-owned utilities, I think maybe I didn't have enough coffee this morning, should be commensurate with returns on investments in other enterprises with similar risks. So I haven't really mentioned this yet, but to back up, we have a very technical staff. We have economists, we have accountants, we have engineers, we have attorneys, we have very few support staff. So our staff is primarily a professional staff, because obviously the three of us as commissioners don't do all of this on our own. So we have finance experts who will analyze a proposed rate of return that a utility is seeking and analyze the testimony and help all of us understand it. And I think that, similar to other agencies I've worked with, such as DEQ, we have a very technical professional staff, and it's a very specialized area of the law, of the policy world. And so we're constantly facing challenges, hiring people, keeping people, paying them enough. They get plucked off. Other states take them, other agencies take them. So I just want to mention that sort of as I go through these slides, that it's certainly been a help that the legislature has increased salaries. It makes it easier for us. But this is sort of a booming area, the world of electricity right now, and there's a lot of competition for the talented people out there. I digressed a little bit. I like to go off script, but you know that. So we look at the prudence of investment and expenses. Expenses have to be incurred to meet the needs of the customers. They have to be necessary to provide adequate service. They have to be reasonable. They have to be known and measurable. The plant investment must be used and useful, and all has to be for the benefit of the ratepayers. But the burden is on the utility. So the utility has to prove its case to us. This is sort of a silly example, but an indoor movie theater in the CEO's office would not meet, the needs of customers. That's what we do in every instance. In a rate case, we're really probing all of these issues in detail, and it can get down to some pretty minor issues. I can't discuss the pending rate case, but in the prior Rocky Mountain Power rate case, we had a discussion about whether they should have paid for pollution control equipment on a plant that they ended up closing. Could they recover that in rates? We can get down to like the hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're not always talking about millions. So we really go into depth in looking at all the requests in a rate case. And here are the new slides for those of you who were here for corporations. Just a couple of quick slides on SF 159, which you passed in 2019, I believe. So this requires entities that own coal-fired generation facilities to file an application with us before they retire the facility, and to make a good faith effort to seek a buyer. Because, and it was primarily directed at Rocky Mountain Power, we have not used it on any Wyoming facilities because their plans have changed. For instance, we thought we would have an application by now for Jim Bridger 1 and 2, but they elected to convert those to natural gas. So we haven't actually used this statute, but we're ready. And I think under the current IRP, my term might be over before we see an application, but we're ready if it happens. But I think it's important to emphasize too that even conversions, even though they're not covered by SF 159, our regulations require an application to convert a facility to natural gas. In this case, it's a conversion to natural gas. So we do have a pending application for Jim Bridger 1 and 2 to be converted to natural gas. The next slide is just a quick overview of where we are with House Bill 200, which was a 2020 statute reliable and dispatchable low carbon energy standards. I know you've talked a lot about carbon capture. We've submitted our report, our first report to the legislature. We're in the middle of that process. Originally, we had wanted final plans from the utilities this year, but with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and the changes in 45Q, they really had to go back and relook at their economics. So now the final applications and plans are not due until 2024. And there are representatives of the companies in the room, and I think you discussed some of this with them yesterday while I was trying not to blow off of I-80 as I drove across the state. And we did make some legislative suggestions. One is pretty technical, to change the language on interstate standards, but I think that's going to come up later. So I'm happy to answer questions on that.
Would your colleague like to speak to?
Oh, he's up next with the next topic if you don't have any House Bill 200 questions.
Okay. Any questions? Committee, let's proceed. You're up next.
Thank you, Chairman Dockstader. Again, my name is John Burbridge. I'm Chief Counsel for the Public Service Commission. Chairman Throne has asked me to address very briefly what's called the multi-state cost allocation system, more informally known as the multi-state protocol. The multi-state protocol is generally a system that has been negotiated and set up to allocate costs of the 6 states that Rocky Mountain Power provides energy to. Generally, public utilities operating an integrated system in multiple states must have an opportunity to recoup those costs, and that would be the cost of their system, the generation, the substations, and the transmission, and those costs are then allocated to each jurisdiction based on their demand. The cost causation principles apply. The person that causes that cost is the one that pays. And when I say person, I should say the state in this case. And of course, that's different from state to state because the load of each state is significantly different. Distribution system costs and costs related to state imposed requirements are that state's responsibility, or otherwise known as situs costs. That is becoming more of an issue as state policy is getting more divergent. West Coast states obviously are looking for different types of energy, green energy. They are pushing that more strongly than we are on the eastern side of the Rocky Mountain Power Service territory. The multi-state protocol was essentially started in 1989. At that time, it was quite a bit easier, but it made sense to integrate the system so that Rocky Mountain Power could operate that as a single system using sort of an economies of scale, which everybody believed was more efficient, and it has been. I believe I mentioned the service territory states, but it is California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Utah, and Wyoming. The multi-state protocol has been amended several times over the years. Currently, we are operating under what is known as the 2020 Interjurisdictional Cost Allocation Agreement. That 2020 agreement was supposed to expire in December of this year. However, we now have reached an agreement to extend the operation under the 2020 agreement until December of 2025. I mentioned that when we first started the multi-state protocol in 1989, all the states really had the same goal in mind, which was there wasn't any argument about where the electricity was going to be generated. Coal was generally accepted by all the states. There was hydro. The biggest issue early on was how do you divide up the hydro, and how do you divide up the coal resources? And as a result of that, Wyoming's part of the system from the beginning, we've been around 15% of the system. We consume about 15% of what's generated by Rocky Mountain Power. As a result, in a rate case of the total cost of the system, Rocky Mountain Power comes in and is seeking approval for Wyoming's 15% of those expenses. It's become a little more difficult to deal with the differing state policies and federal requirements now when we're negotiating the multi-state protocol. Washington and Oregon are currently on track and mandated by law to not use any coal. Oregon is to be totally out of coal, I believe, by 2030. They have not addressed specifically gas generation, but they are, I think, have passed now emission limits, which will affect electricity generated by gas. Washington is in the same position of phasing out fossil fuel generation. Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming are not as aggressive in that front. And so it makes it more difficult to apply the cost causation principle to figure out, okay, who pays for this? For instance, we've got a transmission line segment in front of us that in the application, Rocky Mountain Power says this is to provide power to Oregon for their expected future load. That someday may be an issue as to, well, who really then pays for that? Is that the complete system, or is that more focused on the situs type issue? And so these are more complicated examinations that we expect coming up in the future. And as we go forward in negotiations to try to hopefully have a new protocol at the end of 2025, we will have addressed and created an agreement among the 6 states that can adequately deal with the diverging state positions. And I kind of got a little bit ahead of myself, so I think I'm through all 3 of my slides. And I'm open for questions if
Thank
there
you.
are any.
Committee questions for either one? Committee, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Could you repeat the states who have passed legislation to not utilize coal again?
Go ahead.
Sir, thank you, Chairman Dockstader, Representative Conrad. The states that are pushing very hard to get out of any fossil fuel generated electricity would be California, Oregon, and Washington. We haven't seen as much of a push in that regard with Utah, Idaho, or Wyoming, of course. But all 6 states are affected by, for instance, the new power plant rule from the EPA. We all have to grapple with those sorts of developments together. And so we really are all in the situation of, how do we deal with these emissions limitations, carbon capture, the good neighbor rule, the transportation of the CO2 across state lines. And so the multi-state protocol is dealing with all of these things and all of these different issues at the same time. And so it is it's much more difficult for all the states to come to agreement on how to do that.
Follow up, Representative Conrad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understood correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if it takes $100 million investment to allocate the additional power necessary through renewables, et cetera, and using $100 million, Wyoming's share of that investment will be 15% of that 100 million?
Go ahead, sir.
Chairman Dockstader, Representative Conrad, that is correct. At this point in time, as we sit here today, we are still operating on the 15% share, although there are some provisions that allow for some dynamic allocation that may be raised in the rate case that's in front of us now and in future rate cases. I can't discuss details of that at this point in time. mostly because I don't have the detailed knowledge of the application itself,
Thank you.
as I sit here.
All right. Clarification, if they say they're going to discontinue the use of this fuel supply, if they say fossil fuel, does that encompass our gas as well?
Thank you, Chairman Dockstader. In Oregon, their rule specifically discusses coal. So they are not specifically limiting themselves from the use of natural gas to generate electricity. But Washington, if I remember correctly, is both. And Oregon is moving towards addressing the gas generation through setting emissions limits from the generating sources.
Okay, thank you. Committee, go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious about the legal basis of the multi-state protocol and sort of its creation history and what type of legal standing it has.
Sir, go ahead.
Chairman Dockstader, Senator Rothfuss, thank you. I may have to get back to the committee on that question because in 1989, I was in law school. But we do have some people in our office that were there for the birth of the multi-state protocol. Although, if I remember correctly, there is some statutory language that allows the commission to take into account what other states are doing and allows the commission, I believe, to work with other states in this regard. But I would have to, this is subject to check.
Senator Rothfuss.
That would be great if you can follow up with that. One other thing I'm curious about is, do we have that agreement with the states, or do we have that agreement through the corporation that serves those states with that corporation?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Dockstader, Senator Rothfuss. That agreement is with Rocky Mountain Power. They facilitate the meetings. With this particular negotiation, all the states are present, including Washington. California and Washington have not historically been a big participant because their share of the load is pretty small, but Washington has been a lot more engaged at this round. But then all of the states would sign on to this agreement, and the agreement is subject to each state's regulatory body's approval through an application. And for instance, just the 2-year extension that we're talking about now to 2025, the application is in front of the Wyoming Public Service Commission. It has not been determined. They haven't approved that yet, but it is on the schedule.
Robert, okay.
And again, I think you'll have to look into some of this, and that's fine, but I'm curious to know and understand what it would take to amend that, to change which states are participants with us. If it's working specifically with a corporation that has that interest, it sounds like maybe that's not an amendable approach, but therein lies the curiosity. Is there flexibility in that multi-state protocol, and what would it take to initiate any flexibility in
response?
Chairman Dockstader, Senator Rothfuss, I am going to have to get back to you on that. My experience with I've been involved with the multi-state protocol since I started working at the commission 11 years ago. While we try to make it a flexible document, my experience with that is that it's very difficult to make those amendments, particularly if you're in between, agreements. But I'll get back to you on that with regard to how legislation might be able to affect that.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to kind of continue the same line of questioning concerning the protocol agreement, the interjurisdictional cost allocation agreement. What other options would be available for the state of Wyoming? For example, would there be an option for a unilateral agreement that isn't a multi-state agreement that looks after the interests of Wyoming? And in that regard, I would just also kind of ask to tie into earlier in the slide when we took a look at the legal foundations for the rates, and it talks about the recovery of prudently incurred costs. Do you view that for the Wyoming Public Service Commission to be prudent in terms of the citizens of Wyoming's view of what's prudent, or a more broader view of what's prudent? And that's kind of what I'm getting at, is how does this interstate agreement really affect what's in the best interest of Wyoming? And are there different ways to do this outside of this multi-state agreement?
Either one of you?
Chairman Dockstetter, Representative Lawley, I can't really, we can't comment on the prudency of the costs that would come before the commission without an application. I don't, and I can't comment on, and I can't answer the question about how the prudency is with the current state of the MSP, because there are some parts of that that would allow that sort of examination. There are some parts of the agreement that is more clear cut, that it is not dynamic, and we're looking at the 15%. Historically, the belief was that the MSP was good for the customers of Rocky Mountain Power because it was cheaper to operate the system as a whole rather than trying to operate it in six individual sub-utilities, so to speak, from state to state. And that has historically, I think, worked out pretty well. It's just now been becoming more difficult over the last 7 years with the change in state policies and with the federal government's push towards green energy.
Representative Lawley. is that
Could
correct?
No,
Oh, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just want to add that the multi-state protocol gets approved in each state. The commissioners, we don't participate in the discussions. We're sort of Chinese walled off from the staff. But OCA participates in those discussions, the staff, the industrial energy consumers. It's not just the utility and commission representatives. So it's a pretty broad group that participates in the negotiations. And then they come to us for approval of the agreement. But the premise of the MSP is Rocky Mountain Power or any utility gets to recover all of its costs. And so this is like an upfront allocation of the costs, but the individual components, like the MSP doesn't bless everything they do. They still have to get individual approval for like a wind farm or, and it still comes through as a rate case. The MSP is sort of a streamlining process. I think it's also important, as all of you are aware, Wyoming is an exporter of electricity. So if we built a wall around Wyoming and just wanted to use Jim Bridger, for example, for Rocky Mountain Power, we wouldn't need all of Jim Bridger. We're such a small part. We're 15% of the load, basically, of this entire big system.
Understood, but we're a wealth of resources. Okay, Representative Lawson, one more, and then we're going to wrap this up. And you're welcome to come back, Public Service Commission in November. Lolly had a follow-up, and then it's all yours, Representative Wester. Go ahead.
Again, I don't think I heard an answer to the question about, is there alternatives for unilateral agreements or even within agreements with different states that don't involve states? Because I really do understand and appreciate the distinction of where we are versus where we were 5 years ago, but it is a growing issue. And so I'm looking for some thoughts on options that might be possible going forward on the issue and how to manage it. From a perspective of what would be prudent in Wyoming, because I do go back to those basic principles of governance that you mentioned in the slides about prudence of costs. And that's where some of these issues intersect, is at the moment of determination, what is a prudent expense that should be passed on? And some of the things that are happening are creating really disagreements about probably that, what would be prudent.
Either one of you?
I think I automatically turned off there. Chairman Dockstetter, Representative Lawley. If the result of the pending application in front of Wyoming was that they didn't approve the extension, I think that we would then the conclusion would be that we're not a participant in the multi-state. so with that in mind, are there alternatives? I suspect that they are, but one has to bear in mind, is that in fact is that the best result that you really want to have for the Rocky Mountain Power customers here? As I sit here, I don't think I have a hunch, but I don't have an answer, so I'm not going to try to answer it. So
Thank you. Representative Western, and then let's conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, can Wyoming withdraw from the multi-state protocol and operate on their own, and what would that entail?
Go ahead.
Again, Chairman Dockstetter, Representative Western. I would have to take a closer look at those provisions in the agreement, but I'm reasonably certain based on what I've done that we could. I can't answer specifically the steps that it would take to do that as I sit here, but I could try to get that answer for you. Certainly, I think that if the current extension were not approved, that would probably effectively result in a withdrawal of Wyoming from the MSP. But how that works with the nuts and bolts of the system, I do not have a good handle on that. There are many moving parts as to a system operating as a whole. And so I don't have all the information to intelligently answer.
Okay, thank you. Really quick.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, super brief, just real quick. When is it up for renewal?
Go ahead. Excuse me one more time.
When is it up for renewal?
Chairman Dockstetter, Representative Western, the extension, the requested extension, we have an application in front of us now that is to, if approved, it will be effective on January 1st, 2024. Scheduled to expire December 31st, 2025. And the goal of that is to, I guess, hopefully reach an agreement amongst the states and the company that is beneficial to the customers. And of course, we're looking after the Wyoming customers' interests, but it's under consideration right now.
Thank you.
Done.
Yeah, why should I ask you?
The few
Okay,
shorter
go
than I
ahead.
thought, Mr. Chairman.
Go
I
ahead.
have to ask a follow-up. In that case, I clearly in the past, it was beneficial for us to be part of this multi-state protocol. What analysis is being done to determine moving forward whether it is or isn't still in our best interest relative to alternatives, as Representative Lawley was looking for, what alternatives exist? So who is doing that analysis and how would it be done? And then the final question would be, who would make the decision and say, you know what, we don't want to continue in the multi-state protocol, we want to go it alone? Whose responsibility is that? Is that a legislative action, or is that an action through the executive branch or through the PSC?
2 questions, 1 tight answer.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Dockstetter. Thanks, Senator Roffus. Much to my chagrin, every time I'm asked to sign one of these things, it basically comes down to, do we continue as a signatory to the agreement itself? That's the executive branch. And I forgot the second part of the question. I apologize.
Who is doing the analysis to determine sort of the cost benefit analysis? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The negotiating team looks at that and it's discussed at the MSP meetings. If there are any analysis that need to be done or studies that need to be done, very often we're having the company run those with their programs. It can get quite complicated to get an end result. Then the 6 states discuss the results together, but we make the request together as well to have the company do that. So that's one way we do it. And it obviously draws varying responses from the different states based on where we stand.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Appreciate you both very much. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for bringing your Legal counsel as well. Okay. Yeah, my co-chair says you're quite welcome to join us in beautiful Gillette in November.
Okay. So, we had a few more slides, but I can skip them.
Let's go for November.
Okay.
That's no disrespect to the PSC though. Thank you. Yeah, OCA is here. Thank you.
You lost my fun slides with all those MSP questions, but I'll save them for November.
We appreciate your patience and understanding, Commissioner. Thank you. Okay, sir, we're looking for a tight presentation, if you would, please.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chairman, Co-Chair, members of the committee. I will be as brief as possible. I understand we're time constrained. My name is Anthony Ornelas, and I'm the administrator of the Wyoming Office of Consumer Advocate. We are an independent division of the Public Service Commission. So we do share some administrative functions, accounting, bookkeeping, some others. Other than that, we are independent and isolated from one another in terms of the cases and dockets in which we decide to intervene in, the recommendations we make, and we do carry and support our own individual budget and assignment of staff and workflow. I have provided a presentation to you, and you guys are certainly welcome to look at that in your leisure time and call me or email me, or we can address that in November, any questions you may have. But for today, I'll be very
what would be the main
precise
part of
and
your
concise.
message today? To
Yes,
this
sir.
committee?
So 3 things, and then if there's some excuse me, some follow-up to MSP, I'd be happy to address that as well. First, our staff. Our staff is a staff of 6 individuals, professional full-time positions, consist of administrator, a deputy administrator, 2 rate analysts or economic analysts, and 2 staff attorneys. Like so many other agencies, we've experienced significant turnover in the recent years and began 2023 at 50% of our staffing capacity with no analyst on staff. I'm happy to report that as of May 1st, we have filled 2 full-time analyst positions. However, our deputy administrator position still remains vacant. While I am very happy to have these new staff members and encouraged by the progress they've made this far, it will be a long road ahead. There's a steep learning curve due to the specialized nature of this industry, but we are working diligently to rebuild this agency. On the staffing front, one thing I'd like to point out is that for the next biennium, I am going to be requesting the addition of a 7th full-time staff. The nature of this position will be to focus on the confluence of state and federal and regional policies that are creating fundamental and generational changes in how we generate and procure and transmit electricity across the Western Interconnect. I'll be happy to address any questions on that, would ask your support of that position. The other thing I'd like to address with staffing is that, I'm always excited and encouraged to hear the great work that's being undertaken at the School of Energy Resources and as the University of Wyoming as a whole. One of the things that I think is severely lacking, and I would ask your consideration of, is the development of a regulatory program. We are a confluence of professional accountants, economics, engineers, and attorneys, all of which the University of Wyoming has great programs, but which I'm not sure have really been focused at all for the regulatory side of this world. These are well-paying professional jobs, and they are in high demand. We are currently competing not only in our state, but with utilities, and every other state commission and advocacy agency, as well as special interest groups. So having a real good pipeline that will take years to develop will be a true asset to this company, this state. So I would ask for your consideration of that, and I'd be happy to have conversations down the road on how we could try to maybe look at standing that up. The next thing I'd really quickly like to touch upon is just the fact that consumers in the state are experiencing more frequent and severe rate increases. Chairman Throne touched upon some of these. We have general rate cases. We have a variety of what we call rate riders, from commodity balancing account to safety and infrastructure riders to a whole host of other rate pressures that are impacting customers. In a large part, there is kind of this perfect storm at the moment of these rate pressures. We are dealing with countless, well, I wouldn't say countless, but a large number of individual state and federal environmental regulation policies, increased volatility and cost in the regional, national, and even global commodity and power market segments. And so to a large extent, some of these are going to be beyond the control of the OCA, the PSC themselves, and sometimes even the utilities as they compete and have to procure the resources that they need to provide safe and efficient service. Of course, post-COVID, we also have supply chain issues and the rise of inflation in the past year. And the utilities that serve the state, they are experiencing that just as all of us have in our individual lives. So we do understand the impact this has on consumers, and the OCA is engaged in 4 concurrent rate cases this time, and we'll do everything we can to limit the impact of this going forward. In addition to these rate cases, we are engaged in a host of state, regional, and national forums and policy and program arenas in order to represent the interest of Wyoming and to try to represent what we feel is best for not only the state, but the ratepayers across this state. So we will continue that advocacy work, and we are always happy to engage with members of this committee or the public at large to try to address any questions and to understand your concerns so that we can take those with us as we work in those arenas. Lastly, to be very fast, kind of the hot topic or one of the hot topics of this meeting will be HB 200 and carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration. Like so many of the members of this committee and others around the state, we are encouraged and excited to hear about all the amazing advancements that are currently unfolding in the arena of CCUS. However, through our engagement with HB 200, there are a few items that I'd like to point out to this committee so it can, keep these in mind as it considers any potential changes or expansion of this program moving forward. Number one is, it appears that really the application of CCUS is kind of in a race for time against the myriad of state and federal policies, which are now threatening coal-fired generation, and each year seem to accelerate the expected closure date of the remaining facilities throughout Wyoming. I think the other large part of this is that, as we just started talking about with the PSC, any cost of the research and development for HB 200, and certainly the cost of retrofitting and running these plants with CCUS technology on them, is likely to be borne by Wyoming ratepayers solely. Unless until such time as these technologies become economic and even cost beneficial, it's unlikely that other states are going to volunteer to pay for these costs. So I would caution you to keep that in mind. Some of our utilities are very small in nature, 2,000 to 3,000 customers. When we start adding tens and millions of dollars of research and development costs, let alone 500 plus, sometimes $1 billion worth of retrofit technologies, it is just going to be too much of a burden to bear, in my opinion. And so I would ask that you keep the affordability of CCUS front and center as you consider the expansion or continuation of this program going forward. With that, in the interest of time, I will conclude there and be happy to address some of the MSP questions you had or any other questions.
No questions.
the
I've got,
committee may
if you
have.
follow up with the committee with a one pager on the cost, the estimated costs related to CCUS. Okay. And just your summary. We didn't give you, this is a difficult topic. We need to understand it. but we're not going to give you the time to do that today.
Thank you,
So,
Chairman.
one pager. Thank
Could I
you.
just clarify, you're asking for the
Yeah, to
estimated
understand the
of
cost. What's
CCUS?
that going to cost us? Okay.
Okay, certainly. Be
Thank
happy
you.
to do that.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that being said, and I'll note for the Public Service Commission, we've got you first on the list, first day in Gillette. Thank you. Okay. All right, let's go. We're going live to the governor's office. Randall Luthi. See you.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, we can, I don't know if you want to ask for public comment on this topic first.
Oh, yeah. Rushing public comment. There being none. Now get Randall Luthi on board.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, see, I'm still calling you Representative Luthi from the old days. Randall Luthi, go ahead, wherever you are.
Well, thank you. And once again, Mr. Chairman, my name is Randall Luthi. I'm the Chief Energy Advisor for Governor Gordon. I appreciate greatly the opportunity of you allowing me to participate remotely today. But it does give me an opportunity to talk about some of my favorite things and yours as well. And that's how do we move forward with a sound energy policy for Wyoming? You know, the governor has often said what we have is an all the above energy approach. We need them all. We use them all. But today I'm going to focus, narrow that down a bit. I want to talk about coal a bit, carbon capture, Senate File 159 and HB 200. And I think to just start off with, you ask the question, how important is coal to Wyoming? Frankly, it employs over 5,100 people directly, 2,000 contractors with an average salary of over $83,000 a year. That's well above our state average. And about every coal mining job supports 2 or 3 jobs in the community. You know, we hear a lot, particularly from the federal government, we've got to be transitioning away from coal. We've got to be helping these coal communities transition. But to date, as you look at Colorado and some of the other states, transition means coal miners transition from their communities. And that is one of the things we are most, that we think we really need to work on to avoid. And that takes, logically to me, it takes me to right to carbon capture. Is carbon capture important to Wyoming? I think that's best answered with another question. How important is dependable power to the consumers across the United States? We talked a little bit about Winter Storm Uri, but there's been several other winter storms, and several regional transmission organizations, as well as the chairman of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, has pointed out that due to the rapid transition to renewable projects, which are great, but it has put many parts of the grid in jeopardy, particularly in times of heat or cold, and just fact that we cannot keep up with the increased demand with renewables alone. Now, yesterday you spent a lot of time talking about carbon capture, and I can tell you, if it's going to be an industry in Wyoming, which I do believe it really can be, we have to be able to produce CO2. And carbon capture on a coal-fired power plant is one of the best bets in order to provide a consistent source of carbon dioxide, provide long-term grid stability, and keep our coal miners and our coal communities alive. So in essence, it's a win-win-win. So the governor has set some time ago the goal that we would like to make sure that we get a carbon capture unit on a coal-fired plant as soon as possible. Why should it be in Wyoming? Frankly, about 90% of the coal we produce goes to power plants largely in the Midwest. But I think simply put, if you build it here, you can export it anywhere. While the United States may be shying away from coal, other parts of the world are not. Carbon capture technology that works in Gillette will work in Austin, and it will work in Jakarta. So that ties us right into what I like to talk about as well, is the efforts of Senate File 159 and HB 200. Mr. Chairman, you were an author of Senate File 159. You know it far better than I do, but what a courageous piece of legislation. Basically, what it did was say, coal or electric utilities, if you're going to close a coal-fired power plant, you've got to make a good faith effort to sell it. As Chairwoman Thorne pointed out, it has not been used in Wyoming, but it has resulted in somewhat the converting to natural gas. HB 200 was another first of its kind legislation. The essence of it is all regulated utilities had to establish goals to meet a lower CO2 threshold, and that happened to be 650 pounds of CO2 per year, which is a very ambitious goal. It's doable, but it's ambitious. But they had to do it. You needed to tell the PSC and the people of Wyoming how you would do that by using carbon capture. I think it's fair to ask, has it worked? And I would say yes, from where we are right now. Certainly before these two bills, you did not hear about utilities actually talking about carbon capture. You did not see reports to the PSC talking about carbon capture. You did not see requests for proposals to put carbon capture units on existing coal-fired power plants. So yes, it's working. Can HB 200 be amended and made better? I certainly think so. And I think that's one of the things I look forward to, those discussion. One of the things I know you'll hear about later is maybe we can move a little more into pilot projects or demonstration projects first, verify how they can work, and also use the ability to test other technologies. One of the great examples Wyoming has is the OTC. And right now they are testing different technologies up in Gillette. We need time for those technologies to be evaluated by the utilities and hopefully used in Wyoming. Basin Electric, I call them out because they are helping fund the OTC, as well as looking at MTR, membrane technology research, and that type of technology as opposed to the traditional amine technology. I think we're truly are on the cusp of making CC happen, but we got to keep moving forward. Rocky Mountain Power, Black Hills have taken the important step of RFPs. I thank them for it. I would like to see it working better. I would like to see it moving faster. Those of you, and most of you can tell by just looking at me, I'm not exactly a spring chicken. So this is important to me. I would actually like to see some of it done before I retire, both from my job and retire permanently as well. Now, where I get frustrated, and I am going to give you a few minutes of frustration, is when I listen to many of the utilities and many other people that question carbon capture, which is certainly fair. But I think we often hear, this is why we can't do it, as opposed to, this is how we can do it. I think, and I understand the business model. Utility companies would like someone to come in, put the unit on, pay for it, take care of it. I refer to that as the Natrium model because that's what currently is being used for the new Natrium plant in Kemmer. It's a great idea. It works. But frankly, Mr. Chairman, I would love someone to come in and build me a new calving shed, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. But we do need to be able to work with our utility companies to make sure that we provide those important and necessary incentives to do that. I look forward to the day when carbon capture looks more like how we used to do with scrubbers, with other type of pollution equipment. It does become a cost of doing business. We also heard yesterday that CO2 is a product. It could be a marketable product. It is a marketable product. Let's continue to work on that. Yesterday, I heard the cost of $1 billion per unit. That may very well be. That was the cost of Petronova in Texas. Good news is, as many of you know, Petronova shut down for a period of time. Good news is just last week, they announced they're going to reopen again. So carbon capture is making a comeback. And I don't necessarily see the same reluctance to invest $1 billion in things like wind, solar, and batteries, even though that, particularly batteries, may be that new technology. Now, frankly, Mr. Chairman and members of the community or the committee, tax credits help. Tax credits have made the difference. And for carbon capture, we now have the ability to take advantage of those 45Q as well. We talk a little bit about the parasitic load, and that's the amount of electricity it takes to run a carbon capture unit. Understood. But perhaps we can talk about if the renewable energy, wind and solar, is so much cheaper, perhaps they can help back up the cost of that as well. Again, just an idea. I think the biggest question that we have is actually the proverbial elephant in the room that you were all talking just about a few minutes ago. Who pays for it? Utilities don't pay for projects, consumers do. So we need to continue to evaluate how we can spread those costs across the entire customer base. Rocky Mountain Power, I believe, supplies about 83%, about 17%, I should say, of Wyoming customers. Should that be borne entirely by Wyoming customers? Even though states are getting low carbon electricity, which should be their goal, not the goal that it's just that comes from coal. And one question I have to explore with all you, environmental controls today, scrubbers, things that reduce NOx and SOx, are they able to be passed on to the entire customer base? If the EPA requires carbon capture, does that then allow this cost to be spread throughout the entire customer base? Good questions. I'd love to know the answers to that. As we look at reducing costs, I also point out the legislature was very, very generous in establishing the governor's energy matching funds. We stand ready to work with you to help put money in the project. We will work with utilities to continue to make this possible. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I shout out a real shout out to the School of Energy Resources. They have been absolutely fantastic in working with the Department of Energy and how to get more carbon capture projects in Wyoming. I leave you a message with the governor that we are committed to work with you, this committee, the utilities, and all parties to attempt to find a solution. I think the biggest obstacle we're facing is the inconsistent federal policies. Because on one hand, you have Department of Energy saying, we have grants that are available to build carbon capture projects, even on coal-fired plants. Yet, they seem very reluctant to actually do that. And then two, we have the EPA, as you mentioned, with the power plant rule. Right now, it's full of, I describe it as it's long on sticks, but short on carrots. That rule, if it becomes effective, will require a reduction of 90% from coal-fired plants by 2030. 2030. So it promotes carbon capture because that's a way you can avoid it, but it doesn't give the utilities time to be able to actually make it happen. So that, Mr. Chairman, thanks for your patience. Thanks for the opportunity of meeting with you today virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Luthi. We're going to hold public comment. We're going to do everything under utility issues back to back to back.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Terribly sorry to interject. There was a person for public comment on the last topic.
On this specific?
No, on the last topic. He was online.
Okay.
And I just was unable to interject quickly enough.
Let's just quickly go back. Mr. Luthi, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go back to your public comment. How do you bring him on now? So we're going back to PSC OCA.
Good day, Mr. Chairman, members of the Minerals Business Development Committee.
Thank you. Just identify yourself and proceed.
My name is Michael Murphy, and good day to you, members of the Minerals Business and Economic Development Committee and the Wyoming leaders gathered and listening to these public comments. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Michael Murphy, and I'm a co-founder of BCB Cheyenne, a Wyoming LLC doing business under the name Bison Blockchain. I'd like to provide an update regarding Wyoming's largest Bitcoin data center and one of the largest electric utility power deals in the state of Wyoming. I'm joined today virtually by Bison Blockchain's co-founders, Emery Patterson and Neil Phippen, as well as my brother, Sean Murphy. Some of you know my brother, Sean, for his advocacy over the last 2 years for economic development and legislative policy with blockchain and electrical utilities. I was born and raised in Casper, Wyoming. I was a valedictorian of the class of 2000 at Natrona County High School. I went to the University of Notre Dame, where I graduated #1 in my class from the Mendoza College of Business. And like so many of my generation, after college and graduate school, I did not return to Wyoming. I couldn't. There weren't jobs and opportunities for me in Wyoming. I founded my first technology company in 2006 and have built and sold 2 companies since then. Instead of looking for a company to work for, I found a calling building companies. I am a licensed CPA, a licensed real estate broker, and an entrepreneur. I create jobs and opportunities. Instead of being like so many who leave and don't ever come back, the brain drain, as I'm told it's called in Wyoming, my brother and I were looking to come back.
Sir, let me just interrupt for a second. Let's take it straight to what the PSC and the OCA did. Let's have you do that specifically to what the points that they made. You make your public comments related specifically to that.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe my comments today are specific to the topics addressed by the PSC and OCA. This is a more general public comment that I believe is of general importance to the committee.
Let's have you do one quick summary statement in relation to that, because I'm looking for public comment specific to what the PSC and the OCA did. Okay. So let's have you just give one summary comment. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I don't think I can summarize the complex issues that I have to present today in a single summary statement. I think the best I can do for you is to send the testimony I was going to provide today in written form for you to read, and then can be available for follow-up after that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you. We were looking specific to their comments. Thank you, sir. Let's proceed. We're going to go do everything in utility issues. Update on the integrated resource plan. Our friends from Rocky Mountain Power, you're patiently waiting. You're going to be the spokesman for all 3, right? No, 2. Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is James Owen. I spoke to you yesterday. I'm a vice president at PacifiCorp and Rocky Mountain Power, and joined with my colleagues today to discuss our integrated resource plan. There have been quite a few discussions, even today, that have been focused on Rocky Mountain Power issues. I'll note the multi-state protocol and even discussions about carbon capture, which I introduced you to yesterday. I will note that those issues are complex, and each of them probably warrants a great deal of discussion, and I would suggest potentially maybe saving some time in some future meetings and discussions where we can provide a little bit more in-depth discussion, for instance, about the multi-state protocol. It may serve you all to have experts from within the company on the multi-state protocol come and provide you all an opportunity to ask them questions. Given that, I will focus my brief discussion. I know we're on a time constraint on the integrated resource plan updates. And I'm going to keep it very high level and then make myself available for questions. Certainly each of these topics could go into the weeds a great deal, but we'll try to keep it high level for you. So as has been discussed, PacifiCorp operates a very complex integrated system across 6 states. We have our West Coast and Rocky Mountain Power Stage, which have been discussed, and I appreciate the information that was provided by Commission Chairman Throne and Mr. Burbidge on some of the functionality of our operations across those states. We do have 2 million electric customers across that base. We cover 141,000 square miles of service territory. We've got nearly 18,000 miles of transmission and over 11,000 megawatts of owned generation capacity. So we are a very large utility. Wyoming specific, we have 144,000 customers in Wyoming. We have just over 1,000 employees in Wyoming. Some of them work directly for me in our mining operations at the Bridger coal mine, not far from here. With our Wyoming payroll clocking in at about 134 million. And also we have about $3.4 billion of assets in Wyoming today. So we are very much invested in this state. We have a great partnership with this state, and we always like to see opportunities for that partnership to be more complete. And certainly Some of the things that Mr. Luthi brought out, I view as there are a lot of common goals that we have together, and certainly some areas that we are still working through the details of how to make them work. But I want to reiterate, we are invested in Wyoming, and we do have presence here that we want to make sure that we continue our presence. So the integrated resource plan it's a comprehensive decision support tool. Essentially, we think of this as a roadmap for where we're going to be going in the future. And what we're talking about in terms of where we're going is we are seeking always the least cost, least risk outcome for our customers. And a question was raised earlier in discussion about the burden that is on the company in terms of prudence. Our responsibility when we appear in front of our commissions in all 6 states is that we have made a prudent decision on behalf of our customers. Of course, each commission will focus on the prudence of that decision as it relates to customers in their state. But it is not a prudence for the general public question for a rate regulated utility. It is for our customers. Our IRP yields what we call preferred portfolio. It evaluates numerous portfolios. It is optimizing and comparative. So when we're looking at what system resources make sense for our customers, it will take 2 different, 3 different, 100 different resource opportunities, and it will compare and optimize which one of those resources makes the most sense or which combination makes the most sense. And once we've identified a preferred scenario, we call that our preferred portfolio. And that is what we work towards in that integrated resource plan. It has a 20-year planning horizon. So we're always looking out 20 years, but we reevaluate it every 2 years. So for instance, the current IRP will be the 2023 IRP. We won't have a new one until 2025. We do in the interim between publications of integrated resource plans, we are constantly re-looking at and reevaluating changes that are made to that plan. Discussion has been made today about federal policy. I couldn't agree more about the comment about it being one of the key pressures on us, not just as states, but also as a utility. We have very little certainty when we have federal agencies changing rules on us so quickly and adjusting things that don't make practical sense to us from a timing perspective. But those things are things that are reevaluated as we go through multiple iterations of that IRP. We have within our IRP something called an action plan and an action plan horizon that's usually in the 2 to 5 year window. So if we have something in our IRP that lands 16, 17 years out, we're not going to start spending money on that today. That's not something that you'll see in a rate case, for instance. It's just something that based on our modeling makes sense for the future. But the things that will be landing in rate cases are the things that we are being actively pursuing right now, and the things that are costing us money and we're spending money on. And one of the things I like to, again, say, this is not an integrated resource commitment. It is an integrated resource plan. And oftentimes when we publish this plan, you can't win. If I can kind of explain what it's like to have a discussion about the IRP here, it's very different than when I meet with different stakeholders in Oregon, for instance. It doesn't really matter what we say. There will be somebody that says that we've done the wrong thing or we've picked the wrong resources. And so I remind them all, this is an integrated resource plan. We're looking to the future, but it will change by the time that future arrives, almost certainly. And hopefully there's some things that we get right, but we're not going to get everything right. And when I mean get everything right, what I mean is we can't see the future any better than anybody else. And so we're always going to be adjusting with things that change. So a few highlights from the IRP. It's a very expansive multi-volume document. If I had a copy of it in printed form here with me, it would take numerous binders on the desk. And I think you understand the point I'm making. So I'll just pull a couple of highlights, and they're the ones that I think are maybe the most informative for this particular committee. We do have a TerraPower Advanced Nuclear Project that's in our IRP. It's of relevance because it's slated to come in near Kemmer, Wyoming. I do see that you have a discussion from TerraPower on your docket, so I won't attempt to go into any detail on that. I think that would be best reserved for them. But what I can say is it's something that we are actively pursuing and very excited about. We also have a change at the nearby, when I say nearby in Kemmer, the Naughton facility. That unit, there are 3 units there, 2 that are operating on coal, 1 that's operating on natural gas. Previously, our resource plan had units 1 and 2 retiring entirely at the end of 2025. driven by a federal policy requirement under the coal combustion residuals rule. We're required to cease operating coal on those units. A previous IRP had them retiring entirely. This IRP has them converting to natural gas. And then also, instead of retiring the plant, we are continuing to operate that plant out until 2036 for all 3 units. This is what we consider to be a great highlight of our IRP. It allows for some flexibility as we navigate the challenges of bringing that nuclear facility up. We do have the plant that will be continuing to operate on natural gas at that location. It was mentioned that we have an application in front of the commission relating to Jim Bridger units 1 and 2 conversion. That is the case. Anytime we spend money, whether it be to convert units or something else, we have to go to our commissions, and in order to get recovery, we have to demonstrate that that was prudent for our customers. And that is the case. We have also completed the permitting processes for those units, and that is something that we work with our friends at DEQ. Administrator Ver and her team is somebody that we work with on our air permitting processes, for instance, but we work with every agency and every division within DEQ for all the permits that are relating to these facilities. And in this case, then you do require air permitting changes. So that will be a conversion of units 1 and 2 at Jim Bridger. We have also done something I think that maybe we don't get too much credit for too often. That is, we have extended the life of a coal plant. Dave Johnston Unit 4 was previously slated to retire in 2027. In the most recent IRP, that is now slated for retirement in 2039. So as our system evaluated the life of that particular unit, it determined that it was necessary to have that coal resource online longer, and it picked retirement at a later date. And so it came into our IRP. And again, depending on who my audience is, that could be a good thing or a bad thing. We consider it to be a positive in Wyoming. We think it helps with the reliability question, and certainly helps with the community and as we figure out what happens next for that particular facility. And then one of the things that I talked to you about it at length yesterday, and I don't want to reiterate or spend the time again, but I certainly want to note that we are pursuing carbon capture, and a request for proposal is the way to go about looking at it. It isn't something that can be done easily. And I think I highlighted some of the challenges that we're experiencing. I feel the pressure to move more quickly. And I want to. One of the challenges is, again, balancing cost and risk, considering that right now, the parties that would bear the cost would be situs assigned or allocated to Wyoming for a Wyoming resource if the West Coast states disallow recovery of those assets. One of the reasons that you don't have the same pushback, for instance, if you have $1 billion investment in something coal related or something non-coal related, you don't have the same pressure from those West Coast commissions. If you're spending $1 billion on another resource, they may allocate and be willing to have their customers in that state pay for that. So $1 billion isn't just equivalent across the board. It's more complicated than that. The multi-state protocol is designed to help provide an integrated solution to that, so that there's an understanding across the parties. And again, I would suggest maybe that we have at a future meeting, have somebody come from Rocky Mountain Power to discuss multi-state protocol at length, but that is something I think that it is relevant to this discussion as well. I want to flag, I mentioned that we have in our plan a nuclear facility at Kemmer. This 2023 IRP was the first where we had more than one. So we do have 2 additional, or about an additional 1,000 megawatts of nuclear power in our 2023 plan. Right now, those 2 additional facilities are slated to be located in Utah. But again, those are on a planning horizon that's beyond the action timeframe. So we have not started to spend money necessarily on those, but those are in our plan. And we are working with TerraPower on studying up to 5 units. And so we're looking across our system. Does it make sense potentially to have more of those nuclear facilities in our system going forward? And a lot of times people ask the high level question, how do you decide where they go and how do you decide where they should be? Very complex question, and it's certainly something that that is driven by the technology. It's driven by TerraPower. It has to be at locations that make the most sense for the technology. For instance, seismicity and seismic impacts are something that has to be evaluated before you can decide where you would put a facility like that. I wanted to highlight the impacts that we're feeling from federal regulatory decisions that are being made in federal policy. And one of the reasons is because I would consider that to be a very key driver to some of the decisions that you will see in the 2023 IRP. As you look at closure dates of fossil fuel facilities, as you look at some of the challenges that we're facing, even as it relates to ozone or regional haze or coal combustion residuals, all of those are things that are driven by a federal rule or federal policy that we are bound to comply with. Just to give you a scope of how quickly EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, is moving for some of these environmental regulations that are tailored specifically to accelerate the closure of coal. Just in 2023, so we're here in July, and I could have said the same thing in June. Just in 2023, EPA has either proposed or finalized 5 major environmental regulations that are impacting me right now. They include the ozone transport rule. That's a rule that governs how much NOx one state can emit, or a plant in one state can emit and cross over into another state's airshed. The coal combustion residuals rule, that's focused on the ash that comes after you burn coal at a coal plant. You're left with the residual, you have to dispose of it. There are rules relating to that. They have updated and made those more strict. Mercury and air toxic standards, those haven't gotten a lot of run, but they're tightening up those rules as well. Effluent limitation guidelines, these are rules that are promulgated under the Clean Water Act. So you can see I'm talking about air, I'm talking about waste, now I'm talking about water. EPA has not left any of these mediums alone. They are pursuing rules in all of them. And then finally, the greenhouse gas rule. And this is something you're probably hearing about. The greenhouse gas rule is very much all encompassing, and it isn't just impacting Wyoming. This is impacting our entire system. And in fact, if I were to try to highlight which units in our system have been most impacted by federal rules, it would be our Utah coal plants. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Right now, the state of Wyoming and the state of Utah are both fighting against the ozone transport rule and have challenged it. EPA included Wyoming in its proposal of the ozone transport rule, but then after it was challenged, we said, and the state said it shouldn't have been included at all. EPA decided to defer its decision on final inclusion to December of this year. So Wyoming has a little bit of a time frame before it's finalized. Utah did not get the same treatment. Utah was finalized and brought into the rule. And so we are, even as we speak, fighting every day with EPA on the Utah requirements, and our Utah coal plants have been impacted much more severely and much more quickly than Wyoming has because of that. Again, just wanting to highlight some of the things that are in that IRP, and maybe just kind of finish off with one final note on carbon capture. As we are looking at the proposals that we've received, one of the things that has become clear is what really is out there in the market. Again, I mentioned yesterday, there's a lot of interest and a lot of people are looking to leverage those tax credits. And it's true, tax credits are drivers, but it isn't to the point now where you have consortiums that are ready to provide a turnkey proposal. What that means is that most of these technology companies, in order to grow the technology, they have to start with studies. And usually there will be a feasibility study. And then next after that, there would be something called a front-end engineering and design study, or a FEED study. And those FEED studies, once those are completed, they develop and generate site-specific costs and technical designs that allow us to take those costs that are site-specific and go back to our IRP modeling and model those costs in our system. The challenge there is that the FEED study itself costs money. So in order to have the information to model, you have to spend some money to get there. And oftentimes what I've seen is the barrier for some of these technology companies is to be able to fund the FEED study. Sometimes they're looking for money from the federal government. They might be doing a DOE grant application. They might be coming to the state. They come to us and they say, we're trying to find these dollars. It's difficult for us to take an R&D project or a FEED study cost and demonstrate to our commissions that that's prudent, because it's high cost, high risk, and our mandate is low cost, low risk. So we don't pay for those FEED studies because it would mean our customers would pay for them. And oftentimes you'll have some of these technologies that really what they need is money to get that FEED study paid for. And once that feed study is in place, then you can evaluate what the next step looks like. So again, very high level, and there's a number of topics that are Rocky Mountain Power focused that we could spend a lot of time on. Cognizant of your clock, I want to make sure that I end my remarks there and make myself available for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Our co-chair had one and then two representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So question, you indicated that you felt that it would be the Wyoming ratepayers on the hook for anything that comes out of House Bill requirements out of House Bill 200. Am I correct?
Go ahead.
I think that was your opinion.
Mr. Chairman, yes, so generally, it would be difficult for us to ensure that another state would be willing to cover those costs without actually taking a rate case in front of them.
Okay,
Follow-up.
Okay, now the follow-up to that is you indicated in your IRP, you plan to put 2 nuclear power plants in Utah. Now, when those power plants go in, they will be your expense. The one in Kemmer is a demonstration project. So DOE is splitting that money with TerraPower and you. The 2 nuclear plants, and nuclear plants are expensive, that you propose to put into Utah. Will Wyoming ratepayers be on the hook for any of those costs, any portion of them?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the question. So let me make sure I clarify. So a House Bill 200 implementation of carbon capture would be something that would be borne by our entire customer base if we could demonstrate that it would be beneficial to that entire customer base, subject to there would be challenges from other states. So that would apply to a nuclear facility as well. So before if we were to pursue a carbon capture project, it would be if we believed it was in the best interest of our entire customer base, and we would seek to get that recovery from those states. Same with the nuclear plant. So if the nuclear plant was shown in our modeling to be beneficial to our entire customer base, we would go to all of our 6 states and ask them for recovery. The risk is always in the unknown of which states are going to tell you, yes, we believe that that facility is in the best interest of our customers. So if we spent money on a nuclear facility in Utah, we would have to take the money we spent in front of the Wyoming Commission and demonstrate to that commission that it was prudent for Wyoming customers before we could get that 15% recovery. And that would be the same for carbon capture, House Bill 200. I think the concept of it being likely to be borne mostly by Wyoming customers is the risk that's associated with knowing that there's policies in those other states that are already telling us, don't bring us anything relating to coal because there's a preset denial. That's the risk that I'm trying to highlight.
Representative Conrad.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I appreciate your opportunity to speak with us today. As one of those folks who actually do read the IRP, my question to you is, I understand the breadth of it in terms of 16 or so years. What is the accuracy, or do you guys track the accuracy, say on your action plans, which are between 2 and 5 years? What is the validity of that in those 2 to 5 years in terms of your projections?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conrad, I don't think I can provide you a percentage of accuracy, but what I will say is once we've initiated that action plan, those are things that we are working on right now. So those are the things that we are taking in front of our commissions and evaluating and asking for rate recovery. So I think the question would be more, how many of our actions in front of the commission do we actually get 100% recovery on that we identified as prudent ahead of time? And I can't provide a percentage answer. It's going to be different in every single state and different in every single rate case. But to the extent that I can look up to see if there's some internal analysis that we ask how many of the plans that we put together within a 5-year window actually came to fruition, I can look to see if we have that information anywhere and provide it to you, but I'm not aware of something like that.
Okay, thank you. Quick follow-up, and then on down to Representative Heiner.
So respectfully, then, it appears to me, what is the validity? It's almost a work of fiction then. If there's no checking of what's the value to me in reading that, if there's no checks and balances according to what you're going to execute, it's almost fiction then. I mean, what's the worth to me for a consumer to read the IRP if there's no tracking of how well you did in that short 2 to 5 year time frame?
Sir.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conrad, I appreciate the question, and really the value is that you have to have a plan, right? So all of us have business plans in our business world. You have to have a plan, and it's a starting point. And every single one of us, I think, will adjust those business plans as externalities come and impact us. It is certainly something that I can say that for any business, you can probably see a 2 to 3 year, 5-year horizon more accurately than 20 years. But that doesn't mean you're always going to get everything right. So I think the value to you or to anybody reading the IRP is that over the course of those 3 to 5 years, the things that are in our action plan are the things that we're going to be spending money on. And those are the things that are going to be in front of our commissions that we're asking for money back when we've spent the money. So you have a sense of the things that are actually going to be showing up in a rate case, you know, once we've spent those dollars and cents.
Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Owens, we've heard today that Washington and Oregon is very reluctant to put more money into fossil fuel power plants. Yet you're going to spend quite a bit of money converting these coal-fired power plants in Wyoming to natural gas. In fact, here in this part of the state, Jim Bridger, you're going to start in November, according to the media release, and spend about $28 million converting those 2 units. With the proximity of that and the timeline, you're probably already spending money getting ready for that conversion. Will Wyoming be paying only 15% of the cost of all these conversions, or will Washington and Oregon deny that, and we will have to pick up more of that cost to shut down coal and convert to natural gas?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Heiner. So yes, Wyoming would be paying its portion under the multi-state protocol, or 15% of the cost for that conversion. Now, those conversion dollars, if you put it in comparative or relative purposes, are fairly low numbers when you actually allocate those for each state. So the $28 million total cost, we would consider that to be a very low cost conversion for the benefit that we would get for continued use of those operations, especially when you, for instance, compare that cost against a requirement to install selective catalytic reduction, for instance, on a single power plant. It cost about $180 million. So a $28 million price tag for that conversion is actually a very good deal. We will go in front of our Oregon and Washington and California commissions with requests to recover that money. Even though they have, in some cases, put a hard line on no coal and they are pressing on fossil fuel, our resource planning says it's in the best interest of those customers in those states to benefit from the conversions. So we are going to make the case that they should pay for it. And I'm going to be the one that's sitting on the stand in those rate cases defending why those conversions were necessary. It doesn't mean there's a guaranteed recovery. When we put, for instance, selective catalytic reduction technology on Jim Bridger units 3 and 4, we went in front of those commissions to try to receive recovery and got significant pushback. And we had to fight tooth and nail to try to explain to Oregon why we were spending money to clean up pollution. It wasn't that they really just wanted the air cleaner, they just didn't want the investment in coal. So you've keyed into a key concern of ours, and that is always trying to get rate recovery. But as it relates to those conversions, we are going to seek recovery in all of our states for it.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Oh, Representative Lawley, and then let's wrap this one up. And again, for those listening, we're going to take public comment at the end. It'll be after Black Hills Energy, and then we'll do lunch. But we have Representative Lawley right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, first of all, like to clear up some terminology. The multi-state protocols, is that the same as the interjurisdictional cost allocation agreement, or is one part of the other? That's the first one. And then could you, again, help me understand what those agreements, if they're the same or two different things, how do they affect each public service commission's evaluation? Are they bound in any way by those in terms of what they evaluate, what they've already agreed to in advance or not? Or do they each still have that right to come back and make their own determinations concerning what's prudent and what's reasonable for the citizens of that state?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Lawley. So the multi-state protocol from a terminology perspective is referring to the holistic or larger contract that exists between a number of corporate bodies that has the signatories from the states and is approved by the commissions. There are smaller agreements within the multi-state protocol, including the interjurisdictional portion, that are subject to and subservient to that larger question of multi-state protocol. I am not the company's multi-state protocol expert. And again, I think it would be beneficial for this committee to have a time set aside to listen to somebody that is. But the way I understand that it works is as the corporations look at the complexity of how it's an allocation system. We look at what is the best way to allocate costs across these states, understanding that we're using each other's resources. You all in Wyoming are benefiting from resources in other states, the same as they're benefiting from yours. And so the idea is that we have a predetermined methodology and each state has a percentage of that. And then the commissions review that methodology and determine whether that's prudent. But still, as was pointed out by the commission, we still have to go back in front of those the commissions and demonstrate this particular project or this particular allocation is prudent. And we've used the methodology of the multi-state protocol. So at any point, the parties to that commission, the question was asked, could it be reviewed? Could it be undone? The parties to that multi-state protocol could always review it, but the commissions themselves are approving it. And I would just say that from what I have seen and understand, it's as good as anything else there is in terms of managing such a complex problem. I wouldn't throw it away lightly, and I think it's serving its purpose well.
Okay, thank you. We'll proceed now to Black. Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
I've been shut down.
You're out of lithium.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have one more question based on some comments that were made about fighting back against various regulatory structures by Rocky Mountain Power. You know, objectively, when I look at the structure of the economics of the system, it seems to me that new regulation actually helps the economics of a regulated utility more than it hurts it. And an example of that would be the SCR you mentioned a few minutes ago. As you start adding requirements, regulatory requirements that make it clear through a rate case to all members that they have to pay for a $1 billion upgrade, for example. I don't know what it cost for all of the SCRs that were implemented, but we're talking in the hundreds of millions to billions of dollars when you start adding those technologies. As long as it can be justified in the rate case, as long as you can go to all of the members and get it approved, you not only get reimbursed for those costs, but you actually profit from that. And it's the only way to grow profits that I see based on this economic model, other than growing the population, which is relatively fixed. The only way you can grow profits is either to increase demand, which means new building, grow the number of people, or honestly have to change things dramatically and justify it for the rate base. So as you talk about tens of millions to hundreds of millions of dollars replacing a coal-fired power plant with a gas-fired power plant, as long as that can go into the rate base and you can justify that you were required to do that to meet federal regulations or heck, even meet the mood of your clients, that's a greater profit for the shareholders that you work for. Am I missing something in the economics? I see those as the primary incentives, and I don't know why you would ever argue against a regulatory change.
Response?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Rothfuss, so there are two key pieces that I think are missing from that equation. And one is customer impacts. So if the federal government, for instance, were to institute numerous federal requirements on us, and we could go to our regulatory bodies and justify it, the feds made me do it, still my customer has to pay for it. And so our requirement to have high reliability, low cost energy for our customer, which everybody wants. Nobody wants a great big energy bill when they open their Rocky Mountain Power bill each month. That goes away because that regulation is forcing us to make them pay more money. So energy costs skyrocket because we're passing on that regulatory responsibility. We're taking it to our commissions and we're saying we have to do it. So our customers have to pay for it. So that's the first piece that should be considered, is the actual impact to customers. And the second piece is the federal government and these federal policies are not put in place in a timeline that reflects the realities of reliability. There, even if you wanted and your goal was to clean up the system and have it be to where there's less fossil fuel, you can't do that immediately. You have to do it in a measured way over time that maintains reliability of your system. And so keeping customer costs low and keeping their system reliable is That's mandates 1 and 2 for me, because I'm trying to make a prudent decision for my customer. So those two pieces I would say are necessary for consideration in your evaluation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I understand those are altruistic objectives that make sense, and that's what I would want to say. But at the end of the day, a corporation has a fiduciary responsibility to its shareholders to maximize profit. And the system that I see as designed does not align those customer interests with those shareholder interests. What you said was based on customer interests. Shareholder interests seem to the contrary. So how can you align the interests of the customers in this economic system with the interests of the shareholders, where it benefits the shareholder to add new technologies or make changes? I'm missing that even with the previous answer.
Okay, we'll have you respond and then we'll go to Black Hills for their presentation. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Rothfuss. So I want to be clear, because even though we are privately owned, we are a rate regulated utility, which gives us that monopoly. So the way that we make money is not the way that most companies out there make money. We have to make money through our commission rate recovery mechanisms. And we can't get rate recovery without demonstrating that the customer is at the center of everything that we do. So the customer comes first. We have to evaluate the customer impacts before we look at investor impacts. Now, certainly investor, evaluations and determinations are going to be looking at how much of a recovery we provide for them. But they also, before they invest in a company like PacifiCorp, they're aware that we're not making money like regular corporations out there in the world. They know we're beholden to our customers, and that our customers are represented by our commissions. So I think the piece that's missing is the customer will come first for Rocky Mountain Power. And as we're making our decisions, it is always going to be customer centric first.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
You were getting drilled there quite a bit. All righty, Black Hills and then lunch. Public comment first after lunch. Okay. All right. Who's speaking for Black Hills?
Mr. Chairman, David Bush.
Go ahead, sir.
For Black Hills Energy. In the interest of time and understanding that we're in between you all and lunch, I'll hand it over quickly to Derek Silba, who's our Director of Engineering Services. He's going to go over our coal to hydrogen project.
Thank you.
And I think there's a slideshow that accompanies this.
Got that?
Chairman, committee, happy to represent and talk about potentially a solution here. So as Mr. Luthi mentioned, we've talked a lot about, looking at House Bill 200 and how we comply and all the issues and struggles. So we're pretty excited about potentially another way. If you can go back to that first slide, just want to do brief introduction to kind of orient what we are with Black Hills. So this photo here is of our 4 coal-fired units up in Gillette, Wyoming. Mill Simpson 2, Wygen 1, Wygen 2, and Wygen 3. And then depicted in the middle there is PacifiCorp's Wyandotte plant that we have some equity ownership in. We own the coal mine that's off to the left-hand side of that image, the Wyandotte Resources, which provides coal to all 5 coal units. By the way, that Wyandotte coal mine is the oldest active mine contiguous in North America. So we're really, really proud about that and look forward to a long future for it. Next slide. So this is not directly related. It's somewhat adjacent to House Bill 200 and carbon capture of a coal unit. As we were looking at technologies, this one really came out to the forefront. We were really, looking at this all the above approach to try to look at, how we navigate these future waters that are somewhat uncertain. This technology is a chemical looping technology that's provided by Babcock and Wilcox B&W. So Babcock and Wilcox is a company that's older than Black Hills. Black Hills is 140 years in service, and Babcock and Wilcox is about 155 years. They bought the Thomas Edison bought the 92nd boiler ever built by Babcock and Wilcox to do his first electric generation with steam turbines back in 1878. But to focus in on this, there is a little bit of a graphic animation. If you can find it, if you can't, that's okay too, just below that couple images of the reactor on the left side. So I'll try to describe this to you. I'm a mechanical engineer. This is a very kind of complex chemical process, but it's actually pretty straightforward. If you look at the image, that's really most all the equipment that's involved. It would look a lot more similar to a refinery than it would to a coal plant. The small brown images that are kind of dotted throughout, if you look on the right, on the right side of the left-handed image, there are iron oxide pellets. So they're small spheres, and they basically are combusted. You'd start this process on natural gas. So you would heat up these iron oxide. They're small, bigger than a BB, smaller than a Steely. These spheroids of iron oxide to about 1,000 degrees Celsius, 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Then the motive of moving them up through this reaction is air. So you have if you can imagine a large air compressor that would basically pneumatically convey these hot iron oxide BBs up through the top, where they fall into a reaction chamber. They're depicted on the left. So within this chamber, these iron oxide BBs are stacked. So it's a moving packed bed. So it's not like a fluidized bed at this point. These are all packed together and they're slowly moving down. So if you can kind of envision an hourglass, the sand of an hourglass, this is how these iron oxide BBs would shift down through this process. So at that point, then you inject coal. So we're really good at knowing how to pulverize coal and how to inject it. So you inject it in this top reactor. Now there's no other oxygen in this reactor. It's void of any oxygen, but it's being exposed to these super hot iron oxide BBs, 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. So right away, that coal would really like to just combust. It would like to burn right up, but there's no oxygen. The only oxygen that's available are on these iron oxide BBs, because as you know, iron, you look outside, it wants to rust. What it's doing, that chemical reaction, is it gaining oxygen. So it does a really good job at transporting oxygen. So what happens with the coal is the coal will pull, it'll strip that oxygen off of that superheated iron oxide BB. And this reaction's happening in motion. So it's slowly, working its way down. What'll happen is right away from that coal, the light end, ethanes, methanes, pentanes, butanes, all these anes, all these really light end volatiles will get consumed. And then it slowly gets down to the char, and it eventually consumes all the char. So what this top reaction does, it generates like 100% CO2. It takes all the coal and it does a great job. That's its whole job in life. It makes CO2 because it strips all that oxygen off of the iron oxide. When it gets down to the end, there's no free lunch. So what's left of the coal, all the CO2 came out the top, but you still have the ash. So you have anything that's non-combustible, non-burnable. So you'll have some ash that'll fall down in with these iron oxide BBs. And you drop down into a second reaction chamber. So now you have a little bit of ash. You have these iron oxide BBs that are still super hot, right? Because it pulled all the oxygen, was pulled off of them. The coal kind of heated up and maintained that temperature of about 1,000 degrees Celsius, 1,800 Fahrenheit. So in the second reaction chamber, you hit it with steam. So what happens is this iron oxide BB now has no oxygen. So as soon as it sees this steam, which is H2O, it strips oxygen right off, takes it all off, because it goes right onto that iron oxide pellet. And you get really pure hydrogen then from that process. So it's really similar to what you'd consider from, hydrogen generation and electrolysis process. But instead of using electricity to separate the water, you're using this iron oxide BB. So then the really cool part about this is that iron oxide BB then drops down and it falls over to the right where we started from, right in this first reaction over on the right. And now I can turn the natural gas combustion off because the coal provided all of the heat, provided all the energy, and it took all the oxygen away. So then this iron oxide BB just goes round and round and round and round and round. 10, maybe up to 10,000 times that material might last for 8 months. So that's really the concept. So it's really looking at how do you repurpose coal potentially, try to meet all these future mandates that EPA, everybody else might throw at it, House Bill 200, and otherwise it's kind of to look at another way. So next slide, please. So where we're at with this. So B&W, as I mentioned, they're, reputable company. They go way back. The TerraPower, the nuclear thing being talked about in Southwest where I'm, that's BWXT. So that was a part of Babcock and Wilcox years ago. So it's all part of this big, large, agglomerated company. But as that company split out, this part, the Babcock and Wilcox, the original part that did the Thomas Edison boiler, they still stayed focused in on coal. The 4 units that we have there in Gillette that I showed in that image, those were all B&W built. They were the OEM of the boiler, all the environmental controls technology. So we talk about TULOT as we talk about carbon capture, sequestration, and what's the technical readiness of these different type of processes. And you guys have heard about amine. Amine's the most commercially available. Well, and then there's cryogenics and there's membranes. Well, one way to get your stamp of approval of how you improve your technology readiness level is you go to the National Carbon Capture Center. So in Williamsburg, Alabama, it was built in 2009. Well, B&W has been there with this technology. So they've proven this technology out at the National Carbon Capture Center. Next slide. Next slide. So how we're engaged with this. So we sought out a grant approval through the WA to try to look at this opportunity because it is new. It's groundbreaking. So we engaged with Babcock and Wilcox. We applied for a grant. We were awarded that funding for about $600,000 to do a techno-economic feasibility study. Basically what it was in Ohio State University is really a key to the technology holding of this chemical looping process. And so anyway, we were successful with that. The goal of that grant was we shipped coal from our Wyandotte mine off to Ohio State for them to run through their lab. They have 4 of these reactors similar to what was depicted in that image that I walked you through, everything from a small scale that sit on this table to a large scale that's about 24 feet tall to run through the hoops of, how is particle size affected by this process? How much hydrogen, the ultimate answers are those kind of things. How much coal do you have to put in to get so much hydrogen out? What are the other things that are going to come out with it? All those kind of things. So they've been heavily studying this all through the year with really good results so far. We're highly encouraged by it all. The testing should wrap up sometime later this quarter with results, by quarter end and into quarter 4 to really understand that techno-economic analysis of it. With the other big part of it that's happening in conjunction, parallel to that process is, okay, let's kind of design what would this look like at scale. And so next slide, please. And just to step back a little bit, not too much, but B&W, as I said, they build these things. So they were even instrumental in building the Hoover Dam. It's, every time I look at some research about them, they build big things. They built a lot of the ductwork for that. They built nuclear power. They built a ton of coal power. They built all this environmental controls on the back end. So that's really their flavors. They'll build whatever can be designed through this process with Ohio State. Next slide. So what we like to do is look at, really that pilot semi-commercial scale. That's the other thing we kind of talked about through Mr. Luthi mentioned it, and otherwise is, we're regulated utility. So we're not an R&D firm. That's why we approached the WA like we did. We've also been seeking DOE applications, and as Dr. Kruka had mentioned too, it's not that they're tight with the purse strings as soon as they see coals attached to it. So really the next phase, we're going to need help, support in trying to build a pilot scale plant. Now, the issue with this is a lot of stuff's been proven in Ohio State, and they've actually worked on this technology for 30 years. And really that was my question as well. It's pretty simple. Why 30 years? And really the answer to all that is a lot of it's the magic in that iron oxide BB. And I didn't give it enough justice. It's got other stuff in it, really kind of proprietary, that today's metallurgical world is able to really, finite element and design that chemistry makeup, because you don't want this iron oxide BB to go once through, it gets superheated to 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going through all this work as an hourglass, and then you're hitting it with steam. You don't want this thing just to break down. It needs to be able to last over and over and over again. So they've gone through kind of the periodic table of elements. You guys are familiar with rare earths and otherwise. They've used about everything. And interestingly enough, it all works pretty well to different degrees. And as you'd expect, some really high exotic materials are more robust. They would last longer. They work well, but they're too, cost prohibitive. So that's really been the focus for the last 30 years as well, trying to focus in on that technology.
Sir?
Yeah.
What's the end product?
The end product is two things. So you take coal and you make hydrogen primarily, but you also make 100% CO2. You take all the coal and it converts it all to CO2 without question. It's all CO2.
And you want to put this facility up at your property, right?
You bet.
And
we see that as the potential way to try to.
You're seeking the federal funding and state money, or what?
Yes, we currently have state funding to do the first phase, this techno-economic feasibility study. So as that winds down, now we need to go build something. We really need to prove it out. There's only so much you can do in the R&D lab.
How close are you to building?
When this test gets done, when phase one gets done, we should have most of the answers about the full scalability of it all, the full material balance. I would say by the end of the year, we're going to have a really good idea.
By the end of the year,
yes.
This could be, okay.
Yes, we know right now roughly the cost. So that's the thing. We're conscious of cost, even
Those dollars would be both federal and state?
Whoever can help with
Gotcha.
this, all the above.
So with that, let's see what the committee has to ask you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, committee. Questions? Go ahead. Let's go with Senator Rothfuss and then the co-chair.
Mr. Chairman, well, I think one of the important concepts is linking it to House Bill 200 and a little bit of a discussion on that, which I know was one of the points that they were going to hit on. I think the key concept is House Bill 200 is largely assuming that you're going to retrofit existing facilities with carbon capture using post-combustion technology. This is pre-combustion carbon capture, and I'd like to hear more about thoughts on how House Bill 200 might be changed or amended to make it applicable to pre-combustion carbon capture as opposed to post-combustion.
So hold that for just a second, co-chair. Okay, answer that. And we do have the proposed changes. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. You got it.
Chair Senator Rothfuss. So yes, it's kind of a direct segue into that. So as House Bill 200 is currently written, it doesn't really allow Black Hills the ability as part of those funding mechanisms like you talked about. If we were to do a pilot scale, that we've got a way to really kind of fund that outside of just purely from our coffers. So one of the ones that we're going to get into more of the details about some changes to the House Bill 200 language would offer this up. It would allow us to also seek this as a potential route, a strategy to really, look at, how would this work? Funding mechanism to do that. There's a lot more details that would want to hold maybe till after we're done talking about this technology, and we could, segue pretty quickly into that. If you guys want, I have like maybe 2 or 3 more slides left to kind of finish out this discussion about the hydrogen.
We'll do that. Mr. Bush, you were getting ready to say something?
Mr. Chairman, I was just gonna see if you wanted to segue into the House Bill 200 changes discussion right now,
Let's do that. Grab your best slide to show us.
Okay.
And then let's get the segue in.
Of course.
Sounds good. So let me see what I've got next slide, and it might be, okay, so here's really quick, here's what it might look like. So there's kind of a really rough 3D rendering of our property where we would look to stage a pilot plant. We've got natural gas. Of course, I said it fires up on natural gas. We've got 2 LM6000 CTs, which are a GE combustion turbine. We've done some testing on how hydrogen might blend with natural gas to be used in a combustion turbine. That was part of another grant we got earlier on through the state, through WA. So we would use those funds to, potentially do it. That's one of the concerns with a new product like hydrogen, right? Is what do you do with it? You make a bunch of hydrogen, there's no pipeline there, there's no this or that. So we've got the ability to use it with our existing assets. And then next slide. And then potentially go to the future. So, with that hydrogen coming from our coal mine, we could have fuel cells that would provide the power back to the mine, as well as the rest of our customer base. But why that's important is, in addition, Komatsu, Liebherr, Caterpillar, they're all starting to make these hydrogen haul trucks. So one of the tax credits you guys may not be as familiar with, besides 45Q, because we're really focused on that with carbon capture, is the 45V. So that's a hydrogen credit that's actually, if you run the math on it, it can be about 2.5 to 3 times greater than what the CO2 credit is at $85 a ton. So that's interesting, but it's a struggle. So that 45V has a lot of strings attached, and the big one being is your carbon footprint. If you generate the hydrogen based on a very large carbon footprint at all, actually really almost anything, then you get excluded from that money. But our argument might be for the future, let's make our Wyandotte mine the greenest or the bluest or whatever color you want to make it mine in the world. And by that argument, we have potentially reduced our carbon footprint. The mine mines the coal. It goes through this new Bright Loop process. We make the hydrogen. The hydrogen is a fuel source for the electricity and the equipment that runs on that mine. So there might be a good argument to be made with the IRS that we should get into the hydrogen money. So that's kind of the potential goal and focus. One more slide. So yeah, this really segues, I think, right into where we'd want to go with the House Bill 200 edits.
Mr. Bush, you can have House Bill 200. I think that answers Senator Roth's question too. Go ahead.
You bet, Mr. Chairman. Also, I should introduce Vice President Mark Lux, Power Delivery. He spoke to you guys yesterday as well. So he'll be
Vice President. Thank you for joining us.
He'll be helping us on this discussion. So you were handed this sheet. I also emailed it to you yesterday late. I apologize for getting it to you so late, but we had some fine tuning we were doing on the document after some discussions with the governor's office. I think it was said earlier that 3 years ago, we weren't interested in carbon capture. That's an accurate statement. House Bill 200 passed. We started looking into it. And beyond just continuing to burn our coal for the life of the plant, we started looking at what could carbon capture do for us. I always want to call him Speaker Luthi, but Mr. Luthi pointed out that we need to be more focused on this is how we can do CCUS. The project that Derek just talked about is one of the ways that we can move CCUS technologies forward. The problem that we have found with the House Bill 200 is there are some constraints. So in this document, Mr. Chairman, I'll kind of walk you through some of the changes that we have suggested. And I think to Senator Rothfuss's point, On the first page there under the definitions, low carbon electricity, we put in there right now it says produces carbon emissions not greater than 650 pounds. We have suggested an amendment of 75%. That aligns with the federal IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. So much of this discussion on carbon capture is focused on the 45Q credits, 45V as well, and on this side. So we, throughout this statute, we have talked about or thought about how can we align state statute more with the federal side that is critical in order to getting these projects done and funded. The funding is a key piece of what people keep talking about and kind of has come up as a bugaboo on how we're going to get these things done. Who pays for it? How much is it? $500 million with a B is one estimate that we have for one of our coal units. So the 45Q and the federal credits are critical for us to get this done. So the alignment of 75% is roughly 650 pounds. So it's a similar metric. It's just a different way of measuring it. And I'm a history major, not a chemist or a scientist by any means, but I have people here that can explain that more in depth if you need that. The other language that we put in there, we have from an existing coal-fired facility or equivalent new coal-fueled facility, which would be this Bright Loop technology that you just heard about. So that would not be a retrofit, as Senator Rothfuss pointed out. That would be a new coal-fueled facility. Again, we're not burning it, but the technology is basically there that we're talking about. And then we put in the green there, or is allowed and defined by Inflation Reduction Act credits, 45Q, and or EPA regulations. That's the other big piece of this is the EPA is coming out with separate rules that are really impacting how we can move this technology forward. There's a rule coming, we don't know when for sure, but it may be a 90% instead of the 75% we're talking about. They may bump it up to a 90%, which at this point is not achievable, but that's the EPA. So they make the rules. We're just trying to live by them. And quickly moving on, the next piece that we look at under 3718-102 little I, shall require a public utility serving more than 10,000 Wyoming customers to generate from an existing coal-fired facility or equivalent. That is in reference to our customer base in the Newcastle area, Northeast Wyoming. It's actually served by Black Hills Power, which is our utility that's in South Dakota. The Cheyenne customers are served under Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power. So they're two different utilities. In that area of Northeast Wyoming, we have about 2,643 customers. Under House Bill 200, if we're required to put carbon capture at $500 million on our plant, those 2,600 customers would have to shoulder the entire cost, unless somehow we can talk the South Dakota Commission into allowing South Dakota customers to pay for it, which I'm guessing is probably not something they're going to be interested in. So we put 10,000 Wyoming customers there, basically to ensure that the scalability of the carbon capture is it's on a large enough customer base that it may be able to be paid for that way. 2,600 people can't afford a huge rate increase like that. So that's the 10,000 customers that we have there on the bottom of page 1. Moving over to page 2, this is under subsection 4, beginning July 1, 2024, each public utility shall file an annual report to the commission outlining the steps in the past calendar year the public utility has taken to achieve the generation. That's basically to speed up that process with the commission and make it a more streamlined process on the reporting side. We file a report that says we're doing these steps in order to get to the carbon capture, and live up to the rules set forth under House Bill 200.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm reading the proposed amendments, and I have just a couple of requests going forward, and I've noticed this in other committees as well. Sometimes we get handed these amendments and when they sit on your desk, you never know who they came from.
Right.
So my request would be going forward, if whoever drafted these would say these are submitted by, just so we can keep that straight.
Certainly.
And then additionally, there are different colors on here, and I'm guessing that some of that reflects some of the internal back and forth
Yeah,
within your
right.
company. But it is a little confusing. I just want to make sure, because we see green, pink, red, and purple on here. I'm guessing those are all just different people from within your organizations weighing in. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly.
Correct?
That is, Chairman, that is correct. And unfortunately, I'm not technically savvy enough to change it all to red or something, but I'll work on that and make sure it's labeled
Okay,
properly.
so what we're going to do.
Thank you, Mr.
Bush,
Chairman.
You just do a quick summary of what you got left, and then we're going to leave this with the body to study and consider for Gillette in November. I don't know that we're ready to implement this into 200 at this point, but we need to understand it. And we have some who are a little stronger on the legal side that we could track it as well. Okay.
Okay. The rest of this, the next section down, we added section 5. That pushes the date back. I mean, one piece that we've talked and you've heard quite a bit about is the time on this technology. The current statute has us trying to get this in place by 2030. And what we're finding out is the technology is just not there yet for that. So what we're asking again is for the committee to consider aligning the House Bill 200 timeline again with the federal IRA timeline of 2038 for getting these projects implemented. That gives us time for this technology to mature and become more deployable and ready for the commercial market. And the last part, which again, I apologize, is red, pink, and purple. We're looking at the costs related to securing non-utility funding. That could be federal grants, state grants, private grants, things like that, allowing more flexibility under the current statute for us to go out and find ways to help pay for some of this, the feed studies and the equipment and things like that. So that's the big takeaways is time, the flexibility for new technologies and other ways to implement this, and alignment with the federal guidelines that are going to help us pay for all this.
Okay.
Hope that was fast enough, Mr.
It
Chairman.
is. And what we're going to do is we'll have staff implement this into a draft bill so that they can see the whole layout and understand where they're at by November. Okay.
That's perfect. Thank you, sir.
With that, any more questions for Black Hills? Go ahead.
Just
Senator.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment, the definition on the first page there of low carbon just seems really hard to follow. I get what you're trying to do, but the 75% carbon dioxide emissions, there's a definition there, but then there's also the reference to the IRA 45Q or we generally don't do that. So I'm not understanding the definition well. So maybe between now and our next meeting, we can tease that out a little bit more.
Yeah, Mr. Bishop, you want to respond now, but we can also have our legal team kind of work that and show you as well. Okay.
Sounds good, sir. Thank you.
All right. So we'll get it in a bill so people can say, this is what I've got. This is how it fits into 200. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
All right. Anything else? Okay. Public comment?
Thank you.
Well, let's just really check for public comment before we go, because some people may be leaving lunch. I think we're done. Thank you. Appreciate you coming up. Mr. Vice President, thank you for joining these folks. Okay. Any public comment? Let's
Just very quickly, James Owen from Rocky Mountain Power. So we appreciate our friends at Black Hills for proposing some of these changes. We suggest also that this go under review. There are some parts of these changes that we agree with. We think that it's good to have it expanded to include things that are at pilot scale, and we would encourage even further, opportunities for carbon capture to grow within the state. Other things we think may not be what we would agree with. For instance, the 10,000 customer carve out, it feels more like there would be only one utility left regulated under this bill if that were the case. So we would just encourage this to be reviewed, and we would appreciate having discussions as well about what might work for Rocky Mountain Power for HB 200. Thank you.
Okay. Rocky Mountain Power, you'll be sending us your ideas as well. Okay, public comment on Mr. Luthy's presentation, Rocky Mountain Power, Black Hills Energy.
Mr. Chairman,
Got one. Let's take one and then we'll break for lunch.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Luthy, you're the public comment.
I am the public comment. Thank you. One, I just wanted to appreciate say thanks to Black Hills for letting me look over those changes. I can't say I agree with all of them, but I'm more than willing to work through, and particularly on some of those dates, I'm a bit leery of, but I got time to work on it now. So thank you.
Okay, Black Hills, you've heard from the governor's office and from Rocky Mountain Power. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Tammy Johnson. I'm the Executive Director for Wyoming State AFL-CIO, and we work in the area of labor and jobs. And I just wanted to reiterate and support a few things that Randall Luthy said, which he talked a little bit about transition and what happened in Colorado. And I wanted to share with you that currently Wyoming doesn't have a plan for transition for workers in this changing climate. And I would like to advise that we don't wait and let something happen, but that we be proactive about that and we develop a plan for transition. So if what happened in Colorado, according to what Mr. Luthy said, is that, that the people who transitioned away from their communities, we don't want to see that happen, but we can't keep that from happening if we don't have a plan. Several states have developed commissions under the governor's office to look at transition. And I have talked with people about that, and I would hope that we could begin to consider that. Big dynamics in front of you today with all these changes in energy. And we cannot forget about the workers who are building it and producing it, because they're the ones who are going to be left behind if we don't think about them as we move forward. So I appreciate your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Okay. Any other public comment? One more online, please. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. This is Abby Brigman. Were you intending to call on me?
Yeah, Abby, I'm assuming you are our public comment at this point.
I am. Well, good afternoon, I should say, Chairman Dockstader, Chairman Burkhardt, and the members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I will keep it very, very quick so everybody can get off to lunch. My name is Abby Briggerman. I am an attorney at Holland & Hart, and I represent the Wyoming industrial energy consumers, and I'm going to provide some very brief comments on the Integrated Resource Plan. Just briefly on WIAC, the WIAC is an organization of about 20 large industrial customers. Collectively, they take service from Rocky Mountain Power and represent approximately half of Wyoming's entire Rocky Mountain Power's half of their Wyoming load. WIAC has been in existence for over 20 years and actively participates in proceedings before the Public Service Commission. Its goal is to keep costs low and ensuring that electric utility service is reliable. Recently, Rocky Mountain Power ratepayer bills have been increasing at an expeditious rate. There are two rate cases, which I won't go into detail on, but I will just let you know that there's a general rate case in which Rocky Mountain Power proposes to increase rates on average of 21.6%. In addition to that, there is a power cost case, the ECAM proceeding, or Energy Cost Adjustment Mechanism proceeding, in which Rocky Mountain Power is proposing to raise rates an additional 7.4% on average. I'm going to talk about how the Integrated Resource Plan plays into those rate increases. The IRP, as you have heard, is a plan through which Rocky Mountain Power determines its least cost, least risk resource plan. It is a comprehensive plan which Rocky Mountain Power determines the resources it will use to meet its load, both in the immediate future and over the long term. It addresses both generation and transmission resources, and Rocky Mountain Power finalizes the IRP every 2 years, and it has an update on the off year. It's a plan for the entire system. That is, with limited exceptions, it is not an IRP that looks at each state's individual needs and addresses how to meet those needs on an individual state basis. Stakeholders such as WIAC do participate in meetings hosted by Rocky Mountain Power on the IRP as it is developed. Once the IRP is finalized, it is submitted to the various state commissions in which Rocky Mountain Power provides service. Importantly, each state takes on a different level of oversight of the IRP. For example, in Utah, the law requires the Public Service Commission to, quote, engage in long-range planning regarding public utility regulatory policy in order to facilitate the well-planned development and conservation of utility resources. In Oregon, the Public Utility Commission has its own set of guidelines containing procedural and substantive requirements for utilities to meet in developing their IRPs. And in both of those states, the commissions use the IRP proceedings to provide certain amount of guidance to Rocky Mountain Power, or Pacific Power as it is in Oregon, to provide guidance and feedback in a final order on the resource plan. While no commission tries to usurp the decision-making of Rocky Mountain Power in its resource planning, the processes do guide utilities. In Wyoming, importantly, we do not have a comparable procedure. In Wyoming, Rocky Mountain Power merely is required to submit the IRP for filing. While the commission always calls for comments on the IRP from stakeholders, and we always appreciate being able to participate, there's no formal proceeding to approve the IRP in Wyoming. An investigative proceeding could be opened, but there is no requirement for a deep dive into the IRP. We believe that this allows other states to have a greater say into the IRP than Wyoming does. So many of Rocky Mountain Power's investment decisions are made on the basis of the IRP, and those investment decisions ultimately trickle down to ratepayers when Rocky Mountain Power seeks to recover the costs and rates, such as the general rate case I just mentioned and the ECAM proceeding I just mentioned. WIAC would like the committee to know that it is available should the committee have any questions about the IRP, and also the cost to do business in Wyoming in the face of immense increases in electricity rates. I know many of you do know Bob Jensen, who assists WIAC in these legislative matters. He is also available for contact. Thank you very much for your time today. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Appreciate. Any questions? There are none. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anyone else out there? Okay, very good. Here's our plan, folks. 12:46. This is going to be tight, but there is food facilities on campus here. You just down that way at the end of the big hall. So we're going to shoot for 1:30 in theory to come back and keep the pace going. And so you should be able to eat while you walk back. With that, I think we're going to break for lunch, and really quick while I'm thinking about it, Black Hills, make sure once we get that put in bill form, the folks from Black Hills get a copy of that. Okay. All right. Thank you.